Let me jump ahead here. Before I start, I'm going to give a presentation, and it's going to be a session after this with several presentations. If you take a picture of the QR code now, or take a picture of the Google shortly, then you'll have access to those presentations. So I'll give it about 30 seconds. Can somebody check this? When you get access to the map with those presentations, please put your hand up. So I know that they're not holiday photos or something else. Okay, I'll give it a few seconds. You can take a picture of it, and then you can always scan it afterwards. Okay, so let's start. So my name's Gareth O'Neill. I'm the president of the European Council of Doctoral Candidates, the European Council of Doctoral Candidates and Junior Researchers, or Eurodoc for short. Who are we? We are basically a non-profit organisation, have been legally active since around 2002, although we've been informally active as a network, I think, for over 30 years now. We are based here in Brussels, so it's nice to be home, so to speak. We usually travel around all of our members. And I think last year we were in Finland, in Tampere. We have currently 29 national associations, so these are our members. They represent doctoral candidates and postdoctoral researchers in their countries. And basically it's run by them, for them, funded by them, and we retain a level of independence in what we do through them. We basically develop policies for early career researchers. We organise events like this, lots of workshops, symposia, and we try to find out what's most important for the researchers. As we see it right now, there's three major topics which we focus on in any case that are kind of even for all countries. The first one is the academic career path. I'll come back to that. The second one is what we call open science or open innovation. And the third one is mental health issues, which have been a bit of a taboo for many, many years. So coming to the career development, what we know is that most doctoral candidates and postdocs must leave academia. It's a majority. However, when we ask them how many of you actually want to stay, it's usually also around 80+%. So there's a slight disconnect between people who want to stay and people who actually can stay. And then when we do surveys, and you can click the link there to the survey, when we do surveys and ask them, are you getting trained to leave academia? Are you getting career counselling, career coaching? Are you perhaps getting networked? And the answer is usually no. It's always usually around 25% that say they've actually got this. So basically the issue here is that they need to start getting trained to become aware of jobs outside of the university, even if they are research or non-research related, and get supported by the universities for this. The second thing is what we call open science. Hands up if you know what open science is. Okay, it's much better than I thought. Hands up if you know what open innovation is. Okay, that's what I thought. Basically, to put a long story short, open science is about open research, the whole research workflow. So from beginning the research, planning out what you're going to do, to collecting data, opening the data as you go and after, and then also opening up your publications. Problem is that when we ask researchers, do you know what open science is? They actually know what it is. It's quite low. And as you can see, they roughly know what open access is, open source, open data, peer review education, citizen science, open notebook. It scales down. So what we are asking for here is basically that they support researchers to do open science and actually reward them in their career development for this. How many of you have heard of Plan S? Oh, okay, also quite good. And the final one is mental health issues. So mental health in academia has been a taboo for a long time. It's been very hard to get it on the agenda, particularly in countries that are actually having issues with it. Two of the major studies that we see here, done in Flanders, in Belgium, and also done in Leiden, now being extended across the Netherlands, basically showed that around 40% of doctoral candidates suffered statistically from anxiety, stress. And rather shockingly, around 30% plus showed signs of clinical depression. So that is not a normal number for a healthy population. And the question now is, what is a normal number, and if we can bring this down. So this is something that we're all trying to deal with right now, and hopefully will come up across the conference as we go. Maybe just the final thing to say that to develop your career, to get the most advantage out of your doctoral position or your postdoctoral position, the core here is to start developing skills. And we put together a whole map here, as you can see. There's quite a lot of skills. You can see it, but some of the core issues here is not just research-related skills, but also enterprise, or what we call entrepreneurship, teaching and supervision skills, interpersonal skills, for instance, conflict management, communicative skills, and other digital skills connected to open science. I'll leave you guys to have a look at that in the presentation. I'm going to close off here and say I wish you all a very nice conference. We will have many speakers and roundtable discussions over the 2 days. Feel free to go up, talk to them, or talk to any of the people here from Eurodoc. We have a lot of our members here also, and basically just have a nice time. This is the Twitter handle for Eurodoc, and this is the conference hashtag, I believe, that we're using. Can you confirm that? So I'll give you 1 second. It's quite a long one. You might want to take a picture of that. I will stop there, and we're going to go straight into our first session. Fabienne Gauthier from the European Commission, former head of Open Science and current head of Open Innovation and the Director General for Research and Innovation.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here again today at the annual conference of Eurodoc. I would like to thank the organizers and Eurodoc for inviting me again today. When we met last year in Tampere, we exchanged and reflected about the ways to address the considerable changes that the research landscape is facing in Europe. How the growing importance of innovation and notably the impact of open science, as Gareth just mentioned, is deeply transforming the way research is done and also the knowledge is diffused. How the labor market for researchers is also changing. How the labor market where researchers need to be more and more mobile, not only across borders but also across sectors, across discipline, is putting quite some focus on researchers' careers and is also very important to take into consideration. A labor market where the competition is high and where jobs are facing deep transformations. And we discussed also the implications for researchers, for their institutes, about their education, about their careers, At European level, these elements have been taken into consideration in the preparation of the next framework program, Horizon Europe, and this is what I would like to also address with you today, following the reflections that we had last year in Tampere, and to tell you where we are now about these issues, about these reflections in our preparation of the Horizon Europe. In terms of proposal for the next framework program, we are at a key moment in the adoption process of this proposal. Last week we had a successful provisional political agreement of the co-legislators for this proposal, the European Parliament, and a convergence on the content of the Horizon Europe proposal and its specific program. The formal approval by the Council was going on in end of March, and we expect also the Parliament to formally give its say on this framework program and specific program by mid-April. So we are really at a critical moment of the adoption process, and this will allow the preparation of the work programs on time for an effective implementation of an entry into force of our program on 1st of January 2021. Horizon Europe, what is it? It is 100 billion for research and innovation, 4 pillars addressing open science, global challenges and industrial competitiveness, open innovation, and the European research area, which is of key importance for researchers and research institutions. In these discussions about the framework program and within the institutions at the European level, we got confirmation about the structure of the framework program, about the cross-sectoral cluster approach that we have, about the strategic planning, which will set the direction for the work programs to be implemented in order to fund research under this framework program, about the missions under this framework program, which are novelty of this program, about the European Innovation Council, which is a one-stop shop for innovation, and of course about the rationalization of the partnership landscape. The budgetary aspects linked to this framework program are still under discussion, and since they are linked to the overall EU discussions about the long-term budget for the whole European Union, which were adapted last year, and we will also soon go more into the fine-tuning and decisions on budgetary aspects. In the next month, we will co-design a limited set of highly visible cross-cutting missions in dedicated cores in the work programs, and this will be done together in co-creation with member states, stakeholders, and also we would like to involve citizens since they are also key in this process. Concerning the missions, we will orient them towards objectives with societal relevance. We have in the first slide presented by Matthias the link to the Sustainable Development Goals, and this will be a key element, key component of these missions. And these missions will imply inter-sectoral work, interdisciplinary work, and at the same time we will foresee also, in terms of building partnerships for the next program, a rationalization and a systemic approach for these partnerships. These partnerships will also be linked to missions and also to our future strategic priorities. And with these partnerships that we also intend to put in place under the next program, we intend to add value by reaching out also to new stakeholders, to more stakeholders, and by connecting closer the European level and the national policies that are implemented in Europe. The strategic planning on this framework program is under preparation. We will have discussions with member states which will start in May. We have a public consultation which is planned in June, and we will also have in September a big conference which is called the Aero9 Days on this next framework program, which will involve all the stakeholders, the authorities, researchers, citizens, and so on. So here it's an important milestone also in preparing our framework program. And I strongly also encourage to provide your views in the context of these consultations about the next framework program, and its implementation means that will be discussed in co-creation with all our partners. And so the strategic planning will allow us to adopt the work programs on time in order for our framework program to be ready to be implemented beginning of 2021. So this was the overall political policy context in adopting our framework program for the next 7 years. What is in for researchers and research institutions under this proposal? If you look at the proposal and at the strategic priorities, you will see that the first pillar, there is one big pillar that focuses on open science, where we will ensure continuity with the European Research Council, Marie Curie actions, and also the research infrastructures. For this first pillar, we have a budget of 25 billion, which is foreseen, which is quite substantial to also continue our activities in the field. There is then a second pillar which focuses on global challenges and industrial competitiveness. This is pillar 2 with a budget of more than 50 billion euros, and this will cover health, inclusive and secure societies, digital and industry, climate, energy and mobility, food and national resources. So here also a big pillar that will be devoted to these different scientific fields. And then there is a third pillar, which is called open innovation, where we really would like to respond to the emergence of major needs and global new markets that needs to be created and which are based on breakthrough innovations. For this, we have foreseen a budget of 13.5 billion euro, and this makes then this amount which is foreseen for open innovation. Why do we put focus on these issues? And especially from our topic of today, why do we focus also on innovation and on disruptive innovation? We all know that Europe does not lack on innovations, on innovators. We lack innovations that reach the market and that also attract investments. And this is a key aspect we would like to tackle under the next framework program, and specifically under this third pillar of Horizon Europe. We need to have more of the deep technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, genomics and robotics, which will have an impact on different economic sectors, such as manufacturing, financial services, transport and energy, and the whole research landscape and economic landscape. And very often these technologies are deployed by fast-growing and newly created companies which need to access the market at early stage and which also need to attract investment. And these companies, we have too few in Europe, too few originate in Europe, and this is what we would like really to foster under our next framework program. And that's why our framework program really intends to fill in the financing gap that hold back these companies to innovation. Therefore, for Your Horizon Europe, the Commission has proposed a European Innovation Council. If you look at the proposal, you will also see that there is a full section dedicated to this. And here what we will foresee is that we intend to provide tailor-made finance to support innovators through two new funding instruments. The Pathfinder, that you will hear this keyword very often when we speak about the framework program proposal. Pathfinder for advanced research, which is really focused on breakthrough innovation, and the Accelerator, which enables these companies to get access to grants and also to equity finance in order to attract investments. So this will be covered under the European Innovation Council, where we really would like to give a push to breakthrough innovation. Through this EIC, the focus will be on innovations, innovators, and investors, to support the most promising ideas that really go from the lab to the world applications, that also support scaling up of these companies, and that also supports the most risky phase part of funding these innovations at European level. We have currently, if you look at the work program of 2018-2020, we have a pilot of the EIC which is ongoing and for which we have foreseen a budget of 2.7 billion euro, and which paves the way for setting up of this European Innovation Council, and which will need to be ready by the 1st of January of 2021. Concerning innovation ecosystems, and I believe we will have lots of discussions about innovation ecosystems today and tomorrow. We all know that this innovation has become a collaborative process. It involves many different actors, many different players, and it is increasingly the product of coming together of different ideas and different players. Between these actors, we have universities, research centers, business and industry, and also civil society. Why? Because we consider that only inclusive and also collaborative innovation is able to drive continued economic growth in Europe and also to address major social challenges. So this co-creation and this getting together aspect is key in also innovation ecosystems. And since we have our societies which are deeply interconnected, we must recognize that also within this systems we operate at different levels. And it is therefore essential for us, essential also for all the players involved, to shape the broader environment within which innovation and these innovation ecosystems can develop in Europe. And as a response to this, in our third pillar again of the Horizon Europe proposal, we have provide specific support to European innovation ecosystems that we consider in the broad sense. And for that we have foreseen under this proposal a budget of 500 million euros. And this support will include joint innovation programs, which will be designed between national, regional innovation agencies, and which will also involve all relevant actors like national, regional, local authorities, which we will co-fund through this support provided under innovation ecosystems. We will also set up an EIC forum, which will bring national authorities, innovation authorities and agencies together, and where we would like all these key actors of the innovation ecosystems work together, tackle common issues which are linked to innovation, and where we can find a common approach with an added value in relation to these issues. This may include various issues, regulatory issues, access to finance, public sector innovation, public procurement, and so on. So this forum will also help really reflecting together at the national level and at European level on these key issues that affect the European innovation ecosystems. What role can universities and researchers play in this evolution of the research landscape? We believe at our level that universities need to be empowered to create more innovation impacts across their core functions. This was also one of the topics that was discussed last year in Tampere, really the empowerment of all the layers, of all the actors which are playing a role in shaping and in shaping our research landscape and in producing and diffusing research. This objective is also explicitly addressed in the Horizon Europe proposal through its horizontal pillar, which is dedicated to strengthening the European research area. This sounds probably familiar to you, and under the framework program proposal, if you look at what we propose is really to support modernization of innovative universities, including through European university networks, which also might ring a bell to you, which is currently under construction at the level of DG Education and Culture, and on which we work in lots of synergies with this DG. And for this modernization of universities and research system, we provide financial support and incentives in order to foster this modernization. We also foresee to further update open science practices and entrepreneurship. This is also foreseen under this horizontal pillar of Horizon Europe. And if we look at what has been already done today through the programs that are implemented by DG Education and Culture, by the European Research Council, by the Marie-Sklodowska-Curie actions, and the KICS, and the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, we can see that we have, in that context, in that domain, already achieved far-reaching integration within the knowledge triangle between education, research, and innovation. But we will continue building on this excellent track record to further support entrepreneurship education and also to develop scientific curricula in full synergy with those dedicated programs like Erasmus program, like the European Social Fund, the European Structural and Investment Fund. If you look at the proposal of the framework program, the synergies between the different funding programs that exist at European level and that fund education or innovation are really one of the essential characteristics also of our next framework program, where we really intend to involve all the actors and to have a common reflection, a common strategy towards these goals. So here, universities are really best scientists to work together, irrespective of borders, irrespective of the obstacles that they can find, by improving national cooperation and also transnational competition. What we will work as well is to work on the proximity between creative people and close networks of cooperation. We would like also try to bring together higher education institutions and business, and this is also what we will foster through this horizontal pillar, since it is an important aspect of open science and open innovation. And what we also would like to foster is that we would like also to foster regional innovation. So you see the different players at European, at national, at regional, at local level, and also within the institutions with their researchers. This interconnection, this co-creation between these different actors is key. Universities in that context need to take active measures in this development, and they need to introduce research in a non-research environment and benefit also from the ability of researchers to analyze and to solve these complex problems. This is really a co-work between the institutions and their researchers. Universities need to move towards rethinking education and training programs to promote the combined skills that researchers will need in order for them to be creative, in order for them to acquire critical thinking, entrepreneurship, and problem solving, risk-taking competences, and also resilience. This will certainly also be discussed throughout the day and also tomorrow in this conference. And this is where researchers here have a role to play together with the institutions. The nature of the interactions between the researchers, between the institutions and their business environment is really deeply changing, and the co-creation, the collaboration between those players in the innovation chain needs to be fostered. And the framework conditions within which these different players will interact and will operate need to be redefined. And this is what we are trying to foster for our next framework program proposal among the different pillars that we have designed. This is a change of culture, this is a change of mindset, and I'm pretty sure that we will have all the energy and all the views today and tomorrow in order to reflect about these issues, to reflect about what is possible, what are the support that we have at European level, at national and at regional level, and within your institutions to foster this change of culture and foster this change of mindset. And I'm happy to be here today with you to discuss with you on these different issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabienne. Are there any burning questions for Fabienne? We are going to have a panel discussion afterwards. So if there's any burning questions, say it now, otherwise we'll move on to our next speaker.
without going through hassles of procurement or other authorizations. So you have already the capacity prepaid. So we have made some experiences in HNSci Cloud. So why we needed these vouchers again, we needed a simple way to distribute the capacity for you to make your research against. And we wanted to encourage the uptake of these cloud services that most of you probably heard about. Some of you probably have grants around Amazon or Google Cloud or another. But to have something that is more structured, that they can be at profit of the European research community at large. So that's the first one. The second one is, for many of these organizations, universities, and organizations like CERN as well, we are performing R&D against these resources, but sometimes we don't really know if it's a good idea or not. So this is also a good way to test R&D against some infrastructure and then validate it in case you want to proceed buying it. So we have explored the two providers that we had in HNSci Cloud, T-Systems and Exascale, with these voucher schemes. And the process that we had put in place was a definition of the scheme characteristics, so which was the face value. So we said, okay, we are starting, so we are setting a 250 euro of credit on this voucher. Needs to be redeemed under the existing logics of the cloud provider. So there's something that's called tenant, where you have all the resources to be deployed. And then the buyers group, or the elements of the buyers group, so researchers like you, PhD students, also postdocs and more senior staff, were deploying tests using these vouchers on the infrastructures of the two providers. Then when the credit of the voucher was exhausted, we were giving them another voucher to test or to use. We distributed across end users to individual researchers. So we used, in this particular case, we used Eurodoc to distribute some of the vouchers across some of the researchers. And I think we have at least one of them here, Emanuele. And I would like probably him to say some words about what was his experience with HNSci Cloud.
So good morning, everyone. I took part of the testing of the system and the voucher scheme together with another postdoc from Eurodoc. What we did is basically we received the voucher, we redeemed them in the platform, we started using the interface. What we could do is to create with one-click instances that are basically the so-called virtual machines, and we could scale them up or down according to our needs. In particular, what I did is to use vouchers for both computation and storage in my research work, in particular for running data mining algorithms or to set up big data framework, but also for less demanding, let's say, daily work. At the end, we provided feedback, especially on user experience, usability, clarity of documentation, and other aspects, and we specifically asked to make the system easy to use also for non-technical users. So thanks to this partnership, Ocre will offer Eurodoc users a large number of these vouchers. So we encourage you to first to fill in the survey. You will be discussing about that. And secondly, to keep in touch with us in order to know how to apply.
Okay, so it's always good to have the real-time feedback from the people that actually use the vouchers. So we had one here, so it was a good idea to have this example. So yes, as Emmanuel said, we had this experience with a few of you, and based on the feedback that we received, we are putting the same scheme in place on the next project with more funds available and hopefully more people to test. So, but before going there, I'll just, based on this feedback that Emmanuel gathered from Emmanuel and others, we had some lessons learned that we are trying to apply. So the first one, we need a simplified user interface and up-to-date documentation and training for end users because we have different speeds of adoption. You have users that are more tech-savvy and immediately understand what they can do with cloud technology. Then we have users that are less tech-savvy because their research domains are not technical, and they know less what to do with the cloud services. So I think here we need to work to have some work to be put in place, so everyone can profit from these services across all the disciplines.
I guess especially how to make it relevant for the humanities and social sciences.
Yeah, exactly. Then the other aspect is, so of course people wants to know the cost. So the thing is, even if you have a prepaid voucher of 250 or 1,000 euro, it would be nice to know the research that you are going to deploy on the cloud provider, how much is it going to cost in terms of storage, in terms of compute, in terms of network ingress and egress accesses for the data to go there and to come back. So we are asking the providers, and we are working with them to have cost calculators upfront. The other aspect was, of course, compatibility with data management plans, because some of you are treating data that has some agreement for how it is handled, because it's sensitive in one way or the other. Specifically, if you are talking about life sciences and related medical fields. So what needs to be seen in advance is if the data management plan of your research it's compatible with what the cloud provider can offer in terms of services. And then, of course, the last one, and I think this is one of the most important ones, is, okay, so I go to the cloud provider, I do my stuff there with my compute and storage, and then I create the data, and then I don't have more credit. What happens to my data? So what can I do? I'm going to lose my data on the cloud provider because then I don't have access anymore. So this is something that also we are looking to, not only by defining upfront with the cloud provider this service level agreement where you'll have some grace period to repatriate your data back somewhere, and then this back somewhere can be, for instance, a service like we have at CERN that is called Zenodo, where we are providing 50 gigabyte of quota to every single researcher in the world, basically, that wants to have 50 gigabyte of quota to put their data there. So this is a principle, a pilot that we are testing. Of course, then more repositories should be available, and more, and this particular aspect can be explored in different ways. But that's probably the most important aspect, or at least what we saw as one of the most important aspects. So in Okra, what are we going to do? So based on this feedback, and since we had good feedback from Eurodoc, from the Eurodoc participants, in Okra we have reserved €500,000 €500,500K, to spend this year, from July until December, in vouchers. And so one of the channels that we are going to use, we are talking with different people. So Eurodoc is one of the organizations. Of course, we have also the S3 projects, if you heard about them, and also other associations for long tail of science, probably the LIRU as well, the LIRU Association of Universities. But anyway, the idea is to distribute this 500K across a few providers that we have there, and I'll show them which ones are they, where we have already a framework agreement signed to the GEANT organization. So Eurodoc will give some of these vouchers to Eurodoc, and then Eurodoc will distribute it across you, basically. The only condition for this is the red sentence there, is we want feedback from what you experience, because that's where we are going to base everything and all the initiatives for the future. So it's a test where you are going to be part, if you want to, of what was possibly is going to be one of the accesses of cloud providers for the European Open Science Cloud. So I think it can be relevant for most of you. We'll then have 2 further batches, one in 2020 and another one in 2021, with the same, more or less the same concept. The thing is, we'll try to put this evolutionary, so we build on the feedback that we gathered before and improve this system with what you tell us for the next batches that occur in 2020 and 2021. I think you have a flyer on your goodies bag with this information. So this is what what I just said now. And we are starting to collect requirements for the services that we that we are going to offer. So if you want to fill this form, I invite you. There are a few questions about which kind of services you might want to use, how much capacity you might want to need, what is your field of research, and these are information that we need for then to distribute vouchers across the providers that you see there. Some of them the big ones, like Amazon, but you also have some, Amazon and Microsoft, but you also have some local, well, European providers. And so this is not a form to select you, because the selection will be Eurodoc. This is a form to for requirement gardening to survey what are the needs that you might have. So I invite you to fill this form. Questions that we'll see there is all about what I told you before: data management plans, costs, types of services, and so on. And I finished.
Maybe just to say that when you were testing for the Helix Navigator Science Lab, it was focusing particularly on computing and data management. But in the follow-on in OCR, there's going to be more services.
Yeah, so exactly. So I forgot to say this. So HNSci Cloud was a project about IIS, the base stack of compute, like VMs and storage. Here, we are not testing only compute and storage. We want to give access to the full stack of services. So even people with visualization software needs can use vouchers for their research. Okay.
Are there any burning questions? Otherwise, we will drill Shroud when we get to the panel. No. Then let's say thank you to Shroud. And like Shroud said, if you are interested in testing this service platform, the vouchers will be free to use. Apart from the fact that you need to just fill in a survey at the end and give some feedback. If you're interested in using this, then please contact myself, contact Emanuele, or contact the general info@eurodoc.net. We will have a lot of vouchers to use, and we will try to spread them across all different types of researchers and all different types of fields and needs. Thanks, Rob. And I'd like to call Isabel. And if you want to take a picture of that code there, that might be the most useful.
Don't we have it using your presentation? Yeah.
So I will pull that up. It takes 5 seconds to switch, and then you want to
That's
play the
okay.
video and so forth.
I will try, and if I need some help. You okay? It is there.
Yeah. Let me pull it up.
Okay. And the video is there. Okay.
Which do you want to use first?
Huh?
Which do you want to use first?
The video.
The video. So it's you have to start from.
Okay. That's perfect.
Yes. Well, that's going on.
Yeah.
Okay. So please do welcome Isabel Malone, Director of Research and Administration at the University of Liège, and she's going to bring us towards supporting researchers in their careers, particularly in research.
So thank you to Eurodoc for the invitation. So I'm really happy to be here. Unfortunately, I have some problem with PowerPoint because it's very invasive. So when I tried my presentation yesterday on my computer, it was okay, but because of the remote projector, we have some problems, so I will have to switch from window to the other one. I apologize for that. So it means that there are still some innovation that are possible in the field of presentation. So Eurodoc asked me to speak to you about the career path and how it can boost you to work intersectoral. But I would like to come back and to rewind a little bit the scope and to say that you are very happy to do a PhD today. You are very happy because what is interesting is not only your PhD, but also all what is the impact on the society and mostly for the sustainable development of the society. And I think that you are really aware of that. And many of teenagers also and what we call millenniums are aware of that today. And it's very interesting to be a researcher or to become a researcher today in this framework. What is the framework? The framework is to make a link between innovation and sustainable development. And I think it's very important. So you don't have only innovation as such, but you have innovation in the global context of the world we are living in, and we expect our children and grandchildren will live in the next future. So we have to deal with questions related to economic development. For sure, our society is based on this concept. But also today we are working with the society, and the social progress are at the heart of our daily life. You know about the movement in France with the Gilets jaunes. You have some movement in Belgium and everywhere in the world with the climate events we have with the young people. And we address all those things, and it's important to remind that we are in this world and we would like to make it sustainable. So the word of sustainability is really at the heart of all what we will do and what we are doing at the society. And now I have to switch using the escape. It will remind you the challenges you are facing.
Hi guys! Do you have time for a few quick questions? I see you're having a lot of fun, but do you ever stop and think if what you do is sustainable? And do you know what sustainable development means? Sustainable development is to make the world a better place for everyone now without destroying the possibilities for the next generations. If you wonder if something is sustainable, you can ask yourself, can we do this over and over again forever? Sustainable development means that we need to keep three things in mind at once: social progress, economic development, and climate and environment. First of all, we have to take care of our planet. We have many natural ecosystems that must be in balance in order for us to live here. The climate system is one of them. This system ensures that the temperature is correct and that the atmosphere emits exactly the right amount of solar energy. When we emit harmful greenhouse gases such as CO2, we clog the atmosphere. This changes the temperatures on Earth, which again affects our development. How we produce and use energy is incredibly important. Oil and coal are examples of energy we may run out of. Water, wind, and sun, however, will always be here. Using the lasting sources of energy that renew themselves is good for the planet and can provide jobs for years to come. Economics. Almost everything we develop, buy, and trade starts with nature. The smarter we use our natural resources and the better systems we create for a fair distribution, the more sustainable we are. One way to contribute to a more uneven distribution is to be more aware of what we buy and how it is produced. A football is a good example. It travels far before it reaches the football players. First, the materials are made. Then, they print the logo somewhere else before a third country sews it all together. One single football sees the whole world before it reaches its goal. This journey ties us together. If we are to win the battle for a sustainable future, we have to play with fair rules that applies to everyone. Social progress. We humans are part of nature, but we're also important resources for the world. Just like water, the forest, and the sun, we have minds that can create the strangest and most creative things. But for us to be the best versions of ourselves, there are certain things that must be in order, like having equal opportunities to education, safety, food, and medicine. This provides greater opportunities for us as human beings, but also for the planet. We just have to think in new ways. These three must work together. That is sustainable development. And there is actually a plan for this. All the countries of the United Nations have agreed on a joint plan for sustainable development. But for the plan to work, we need to cooperate, and we need you to be on board. Are you with us?
So you can understand that you are a member of this society, and you are also those who will or can change the world, or perhaps can contribute actively to this question.
Imagine you're traveling in space. You're looking for intelligent life. You've been traveling for a while because space is very...
Yeah. I think that I pushed on the button.
Earth. A tiny island in space. A little speck of water.
He will help.
Rock, soil, with a thin veil of air that we can breathe. There in space. But here on Earth, it's...
So, and one of an important point is, as Fabienne said, it is to be collaborative. Thanks, Gareth, for your help. What is sustainable innovation as compared to regular innovation? It's a question of being disruptive, and Fabienne spoke about that. It's to have new business model, to have perhaps a non-traditional risk and being able also to manage it, and to work on new initiatives. And I think that if you would like to join social progress, climate and environment, and take into consideration the question of a new economical model, you have to have new initiative and to be creative not only on what is research, on what is offering some services and so on, but to integrate all those things together. You have a strong rationale behind sustainable innovation. The question of changing of the change of aspiration and also behavior. For instance, we can perhaps use different transport for the transportation of goods and products. You have the question of looking after the environment and community. It's very important. Which kind of product do we need? Do we use? Do we take into account the provenance of the products or the different elements we need for having and making products? The question of sharing values, ethics and purpose is also very important, and I think that you are the actors and the generation who is really active in this sense. Cleaner and enabling technologies are absolutely necessary, and we have new management modes. So you can see that there is a disruption, there is a break between what was done before and what will be done in the next future. And what is really interesting, and it's also one question that this is addressed to the university, is to be more collaborative. Are we today still in a world when a PhD student is doing the work by itself, alone, with no lab or with no collaboration between the different participants and researchers in the lab? And how can we work with the stakeholders? So, are you ready for doing that? And it's the question. For being ready, you need to be trained to what is this innovation and what is this disruption and how you can deal with that. You need also to be motivated to engage, and I'm really confident in the fact that you are ready for being engaged, but perhaps don't you know why and how. You have to be aware of those three dimensions of sustainable innovation: economy, environment, and society, and not to reflect to research as research and only research. So it can also be questionable for fundamental research. And Perhaps can you reflect to fundamental research and how you can address those, let's say, concept or dimension of sustainable innovation? And you need also to be trained or perhaps to be able to discuss with the different types of stakeholders. And in some of the disciplines and university disciplines, you are still doing it, but in some of the disciplines, you are not doing it, and you will probably not be trained to that. So it's very important for you to think about that. So now the question is, what are the universities doing for helping you to address those questions? The first thing is that we are working on training for PhD students considering the 3 I's, and it's one of the challenges the European Commission addressed to the university, and mostly through the ITN network, is to be international, to work not only in your university but also to be international, to work on different disciplines and to speak with the other, and to have some projects that are not only focused on a very small part of your discipline, and also to work at the intersectoral level. So all the, let's say, politics, the European Commission and also the university think that this exposure to intersectoral, let's say, mobility is really important. What is also in place in the university is to help you to develop your career. So I took here the circle from Vitae UK. You had some a different proposal given by Eurodoc by Gareth this morning. But you can see that we are also very, very hardly working on your personal efficiency, on your effectiveness, how you can train yourself and be yourself for being able to address those challenges. And the last thing we are also working on is on the question of how do we address to or we respond to the global challenges when we are doing our research. In my university, it's the University of Liège here in Belgium, we have some strong position regarding those goals. And the first one is to try for each of the research to be able to say to which of those goals do I contribute when I'm doing the research. And it's something that you can reflect yourself regarding your research. What we are doing also is to be involved in all the initiatives we can have at the international level, and one of the good example is the EIT on raw materials, when we are working with companies all over the world and considering how we can reuse and we can work with the raw material and recycle the things for making the world sustainable. So I will ask you a question here, and I have once more to switch. And I will make a short survey just here today. So you can go and you can use your smartphone or computer to go to www.menti.com. You are allowed to use your computer and your cell phone now. If you don't have one, you can ask to your colleague or the next neighbor to help you and perhaps to allow you to use their computer to ask this short summary. And you enter the code 558461, and you will answer the question. And the question is your PhD sustainable innovation oriented? You have the answer yes, not but could be, no, or I don't know. I will give you some 1 or 2 minutes to answer the question. Normally you are more or less more than 100 people. So and you can see that 21 still answer. So I give the opportunity to ask 2 times or several times to the question for enabling you to give or to give the computer to your neighbors. I will give you 30 seconds more for answering. So more or less half of you still answer the question. That's because there is. It's because of the screensaver. So you can see that many of you can say that they think that their PhD is sustainable innovation oriented, but the question is it from the beginning oriented to sustainable innovation, or do you think that today your PhD can be useful or can be at the service of this sustainable environment? But I'm not sure that when you wrote your PhD project, you had still in mind to contribute to the society and to contribute to the sustainable development as such. It was probably not your first objective. And I think it's important to see also that 22% of you think today, just here in this room, then they can contribute. And perhaps could it be interesting for you to continue in your PhD by reflecting to what it can be and how you can do and you can work with it. 31% say no. No, it means that probably don't you have a clear idea on how you can contribute today to this society. And that's where we can ask the question, and what about intersectoral mobility? Could it be helpful for you to have a mobility in a company, or perhaps in an NGO, or anything that is not academia as such, for helping you also to define yourself and to define your career and try to know what you will do in the next future? If the question is, do you plan to have an academic career? Probably that many of you will answer yes, because when you are at the level of PhD student, you think to continue and to have an academic career. But you surely know also that only 1 on 20 will have an academic career today, and probably not in the environment you are living in today. I have another question for you. And the question is, give me 3 good reasons for intersectoral mobility in the perspective of sustainable innovation. It means, what do you think can be convincing or can be an advantage for you in having this kind of mobility for enabling you to be more, let's say, participative or contributive to this question of sustainable innovation? So you have the possibility to give 3 good reasons. Please write it. I need a job. Nice. And we will see a cloud of the words you will work. So, and you have 3 possibilities. I give you 2 minutes to reflect to the question. Is the question clear for anybody? Collaboration. So you can see that you have many good reasons, because every time you have one item, it's written in another color. The wider is the letter, the most, let's say, number of you gave these keywords. The most important one is, we have several. Networking. Networking is a good reason for having an intersectoral mobility. The question of collaboration, and it's probably because at the university we are still in silos, and it's very important also to have and to discover and to work with people at an interdisciplinarity level that is not only focused on science, but also on several competencies probably. Impact on society. It's very, very, very something that is in the mind of many people today, is to be useful for the society, and that's why it's so difficult to convince some people also to do some PhD or to work in academia, because they miss relevance for the society. We have the question, did I say networking? Creativity, efficiency. So being efficient, being able to respect the deadlines, it's something that is said by the companies and so on. And you have all the different questions. And I cannot avoid to speak about, I need a job. Yes, it's very important to have a job. But I think that it cannot be the only reason for developing your career and profiling you in the world of the non-academic world. I think it's very, very important to have a job, for sure. But I don't know, because there are so many things. Give the best of yourself. Give the best of your competencies. And put it at the service of the company, but also of the society. And this will be my closing word. Be what you can be the best you can be. And the advice in terms of being a career booster is surely know what you would like to do, try to benefit from the different contacts you can have through your supervisor, but also to the relation of the university, and never forget to suggest to your supervisor, director, or university to work with company and to let you have experience with company. In the French-speaking community of Belgium, they have developed a special program for PhD students, and it's Doctor en Entreprise, PhD in companies, with some specific helps for reaching this kind of objective. And even in companies, sometimes they are not aware of the sustainable innovation, and I think that you can be the generation that can spread the word also in companies, and it's very, very important. So I encourage you very heartily to be aware of those three aspects of the sustainable environment, to apply those, let's say, those concepts in your PhD thesis, and also after the PhD thesis to spread the word to your employer and also the different, let's say, world in which you will be invested. Thanks for your attention.
Are there any quick burning questions for Isabel before the panel? No, thank you, Isabel. And I will call Charlie.
I'll just do this.
And then you skip left. Just try it there. Skip to the right. Left, right. Okay, so I'd like to introduce Charlie Friese Weber from Norway. She is a researcher, and she is also our skills officer at Eurodoc, and she is also responsible for the skill map and all the transferable skills you've seen at the data center.
Yes, hi. Like Garrett introduced me, I'm Charlotte in Eurodoc community, commonly known as Charlie, and I'm super happy to be here. It took me about 24 hours to get here because I'm based at the Arctic University in Norway, which is way up north on top of the world. So it was quite a travel, and I ended up basically jogging here. So I'm really excited to be here. It's a pleasure to meet you all and to have you all here. And so I've been the skills officer for the last year, and I've also been involved with the working group on doctoral training in the past, and now more and more mingling with the working group on open science. My talk today is about open access skills for career development and sort of the basic questions of what, why, where, and how. Maybe I'm also going to do a quick survey. Who knows what open access is? Just raise a hand. Great, many hands for those who can't see in the back. Who has published open access? Also not bad. Okay, really nice. Okay, so for those who don't know what open access is, it's basically literature that is digital, it's online, and it's free, and there's hardly any or usually no copyright restrictions and licensing restrictions. So to give you a practical example, is just once you're browsing, you're trying to get access to papers, and then you usually see this orange open access button on something, and you'll know I can access this even if my university is not having a subscription to the journal or the publisher. This is, for example, what's really relevant now in Norway, because we have just recently cancelled all of our Elsevier subscriptions. So we're really after the open access stuff, and we're really happy when we can access things. So this is generally what open access is. Now, I was wondering, maybe you've asked yourself, why should I actually care? Why is this important for me? And I think maybe the most obvious reason is that open access is increasingly becoming a mandate, both by institutions and academic research institutions, and as well as by funders. And maybe you followed the discussions on Plan S. It's maybe the most recent and most public discussion on open access becoming a mandate. So this is, if you don't know what Plan S is, there's a coalition, it's a group of funders, national funders who've gotten together, and they've decided we're gonna make sure that every sort of research that's funded by us is gonna have to be open access in the basic version. This is not a good button, yeah. Now, the next question is really, so, okay, I understand open access is important. I might want to care about it if I want to get some funding. But why is this important for your career? And maybe the most obvious reasons is visibility and impact, which you, of course, can increase when you make your stuff openly available. You put your stuff online, and all of a sudden, once it's open, more people can read it. You likely get more citations. There's actually studies showing that you have more citations when you make your things open access. And of course, when more people can read it and access your stuff and your science, it's likely that more people will actually use it, reuse it, or sort of build on it. And you're likely to have also more cooperation, because more people will know what you're working with and what you're doing. And so by doing this, you also demonstrate to other people that actually the science you're producing is transparent, it's inclusive, it's also fair and accountable, which also is all signs of sort of high quality and reliability of your science. Now, another aspect of why open access is important for your career is because once we're increasingly facing these open access mandates, so you're going to have to do open access for many reasons. Now, that means also that once you follow open access procedures, you practice open access, that we're slowly moving towards a system where you can actually get rewards for open access. We're of course not fully there yet, but in general, I'm seeing this now in practice a lot, that when we have thesis evaluation, people ask, where is your stuff? How can I access this? Where is your data? Why is this not on GitHub? And so on. Also, when you have project proposals, grant proposals, you will very likely be evaluated by whether you put in the idea of having your stuff open access. Are you planning for this? And are you going to implement this in the future? Yes. If you will do this, how? So this also becomes more important then when we think about recruitment and promotion. I personally know people who actually assess people on their publications and check whether they're open access and not whether they're high impact factor journals. So when you think about this, people hiring you, especially as sort of the generation that's really the young generation pushing for open access, is moving into higher levels of power, I see this becoming more and more important. So of course now everybody goes, yes, I want to do this, right? This sounds great. I'm going to get more money, more citations, more visibility, and increased impact, and just a beautiful career with open access. Now, the problem is, so how do I really do it? And it's actually more complex than many people think. And also from my own experience, once you try to do it, you stumble across many, many things and think, oh no, I wish I had known this before, or I kind of just figure it out on the way. So there's lots of things to know and skills to have that we might not be aware of. And so this is really what I'm presenting you now, a project that we're currently working on. It's really work in progress, so nothing has been finalized at this point, so it's more of an idea pitch at this moment. But so we thought we really want to think about, so what are these skills we need and how can we help people address open access? So Eurodoc kind of got together, I was talking to people from doctoral training and open science, and also talk to people from the Open Science MOOC, which, if you're not familiar with this, is like an open platform that provides training, resources, and stuff for all open science related matters. So we were thinking it would be really great to get together and work on a collaboration and make something useful that can help people practice open access. So once we're like in the very early stages of this work, and we haven't really figured out what exactly it's going to be. But we started looking into the skills we actually need to practice open access, and it's quite an overwhelming amount. So I only list a few here, but when we think about funding, getting funding, applying for funding, and following funder mandates, you already need to be able to understand what are the mandates, what are the differences. They're often not the same between national funders and, for example, EU funding. What are the policies? I need to, make sure that I follow them. And how can I actually get money if I want to pay for open access to cover the APCs? And how can I include open access when I want to write my grant proposal and I want to demonstrate that I'm going to make everything open? So how can I practically do this? And of course, there's more. Also, in terms of publishing, so once you've actually gotten the money and then you need to do it and make your stuff open access, how can you actually publish open access? You kind of need to figure that out. You need to know what different routes are there and what different types of open access, and how do you read publishing contracts. They're usually long pages online when you scroll through, and we usually just go, okay, whatever, it seems legit, I'll just click agree, and you move on. But what do these actually say, and what do these actually mean? Also, what types of publishing platforms are there? I mean, in the world of open access, things have gotten really diversified. So we've kind of moved away from just single publisher, single journal publishing platforms. There's a huge diversity out there how you can publish these days. And then, of course, once you use different platforms, have different contracts, you need to understand the licensing that you want to use and the copyrights that you want to give to your articles. And then, of course, you might have figured this is all happening online. So the skills we need are increasingly digital because everything is online. So we need to learn how we can actually use sort of effectively these open access repositories and archives, how we can find open access work. That's very relevant, for example, for us now in Norway, I think also in Sweden. Once you lose your subscriptions, how can we not only produce open access, but also how can we access it from other people, what others have produced, if I don't have a subscription to a journal anymore? Yeah. And also, then there's very technical things that's really more on the nitty-gritty side, but also becomes increasingly important when we think about openness of the publications and text we produce, is how can you make that stuff machine readable, machine findable, and all this stuff. And of course, what tools are out there? It's a jungle out there, I think personally, and the different tools that are being developed and then are coming out, and just trying to figure out how these different tools can help you in what way, I think is extremely important, and having that overview and knowledge of that, and how you can also use these tools for different purposes and how you can use them sort of effectively. For example, Zenodo was mentioned earlier. It's important to know not to just upload, but how can you actually get a sort of object identifier, and how can you link everything you produce to your personal record through the ORC ID. What's the directory of open access journals? How can you use that? How can that help you find relevant platforms? And how could you use OpenAir, make that work for you, and so on, connect to other communities. So there's a lot of things out there to learn in order to really be open access, let's say, skilled. So for now, and this is just broadly speaking what our plan is in sort of personally and the working group and people I've been discussing this with, we thought we would want to make something that's we call it everything you need to know about open access. And right now we're thinking to make this an online resource, possibly make it like a learning module on the Open Science MOOC. And it should, of course, be easy to use. We want it to be fairly simple and not overwhelming. And something that could provide an overview of all the different things that are out there, so it's easy for you to navigate depending on your need. You know what you need, and you could just kind of browse through. And, of course, provide links to the relevant resources and possibly provide some courses, training opportunities. But most importantly, I think really is that we make it practical, that people will use it, and that it's also something that once you're in the process of trying to make something open, you can actually go in and then learn, okay, I'm stuck here, where do I go from there? Because as with everything or most things in life, you really learn it by doing. You can take many courses on open access, but you only really figure it out once you're doing it. So therefore, yes, trying to make it practical is something that can help you, guide you, and follow you through the process. Yeah. And that was it. Short and sweet. This is also... Is this funny? Yeah. So this is also, of course, a little bit of a pitch talk. So if there's anybody in the audience who feels like, wow, this is great, I would love to get involved. Because like I said, we haven't settled anything. We're still at a very explorative phase, and just people who got together and thought this would be great to do. If you feel like you can contribute a piece to the puzzle, have some ideas, want to give us input, I also see this a little bit as bringing this to the stakeholders. You know, we talked about cooperation and getting the input from the people who should ultimately use it. So if you have any idea, input, feedback, whatsoever, please bring it. My email, my Twitter. Also, you can email that to the Open Science Working Group. We're happy for anything we can get from you. Yes, that's it from my side. Thank you. Just shout, yeah.
I would like to give my point of view about the open access. So first of all, I would like to say that I really support open access, and it's really good. But there is one thing which I would like to know and to discuss with the audience over here, that open access we need to pay a good amount, and it is not affordable to all of them. And I see nowadays there are lots of politics going on based on this, and I feel like this may affect the quality of the work published in the journal. For example, like, okay, I can just mention specifically because it is mentioned on the research guides, like journals like Elsewhere. Some people are mentioning that they submitted their papers in Elsewhere and it was rejected there. And they afterwards finally they received a call from their partners journal like Hellion saying that we can publish this and it required to be paid this much open access fees. So I feel like this is really
Can I answer to this question? Yes. Okay, thank you for your question. It's a valid point, and it's, I think, a very common concern that we're, one, worried about the quality of the publications, and maybe two, that we find that there's an overwhelming amount of publication platforms, if I understand you correctly. Yes. Yeah, thank you for bringing this up. So generally, I would say there is no real, how should I say, let's say, subscription journals are no guarantee for the quality of the science. We found that many papers have actually been rejected by the highest impact journals like Science and Nature, or were withdrawn because the data was fake or other kind of problems. So in general, you can't really say that subscription journal equal quality of the science. Now, that being said, what you can do is, once you make it open, more people can access it and possibly assess whether your science is legit and of good quality and build their own opinion. So I think openness encourages people to think more about what they read and not just take it as granted, because peer review is what's supposed to ensure the quality, not the journal, right? It's the community that ensures the scientific quality, and that system per se is very flawed in itself. So I think making things open can actually help improve the quality. I'll stop there on this point, but I think towards the point that there's too many publishing platforms. What can you say? I mean, you don't want to give all the publishing power to just a few. So I think that's also the idea that kind of grows with the open access community, that people say there should be alternatives. It shouldn't just be the big five like Elsevier and Springer and so on who hold all that power. So we're actually trying to take that away. And of course, right now, it's very diversified and many things are popping up. I think key will be to find somewhat standards that help us understand what qualities these platforms are, that can then help us as researchers to decide what platforms are good. There's already attempts, like we have whitelists, like the Directory of Open Access Journals, so you know, for example, it's not a, the fake journals, predatory journal. Yes. So I think there's ways. I generally think it's good to have different platforms, because also we now move towards different ways of publishing. We don't just have that one version we publish, which used to be the final pretty layout version from the publisher. Now we're having preprints, postprints, and the final version. So I think all of these actually do require different types of platforms, because they work in different ways also within the community. In the panel, yes. Okay,
Yeah.
But thank you for the question.
I'm going to ask the speakers to take a seat, but please, if you can move down to the center. Joao, I'm going to let you ask that question.
Okay.
I'm moving down there.
If I can call up also Fabienne and also I'm a socialist, I shall let you guys take your seat. Thanks.
You can be in the middle of all of them.
Yeah, exactly. And go to the last slide. Okay, and just while we're pulling up the presentation, I'm going to let Joao ask the question he wanted to ask right out to get this started. So go ahead.
No, the question was just, it was a great initiative. Thank you for your presentation. It's a great initiative. It's just to know a bit about the timeline where people could actually already touch something, see something, provide feedback. That was like my question.
Yeah, so we don't have a real timeline yet, because Eurodoc work is not very linear at times. So, but since this is part of the Open Science MOOC, which is an open community, so even if we have early models, everything will be online and on GitHub, so you can give feedback throughout the process, so following full open science.
Joao, are you happy with this answer? Yes.
I am.
Okay, what I'd like to do is just to get this off to a start so that we all are on the same level. And we have different representatives here. So we have a policymaker, we have a research support staff, we have a cloud builder, and we have a researcher. So very, very, very short. What do you understand by sustainable innovation? Very short. I'll start with Fabienne.
What do I understand sustainable innovation? I believe that what has been presented today gives us an idea of what it is. If we talk about sustainable innovation, I believe that it is mainly putting together the different actors that are the main players that can lead to innovation, and that we make sure that the connections between these different actors and that the cooperations between these different actors at government level, at the level of the research institutions, at the level of the researchers themselves, and also the link with the societies, that these connections are possible, and that we make sure that the diversity also within these research ecosystems are there in order to foster this collaboration and to make sure that we lead to the disruptive innovations that we need in order for us to boost our economies and to boost jobs and growth. So this, for me, is essential, that this connectivity is there and that the diversity is within these research systems is also there, and that these different players are really connected. So that is, for me, an important element, and the openness that we also have within these systems, which helps us moving from, as Isabelle said, from innovation to disruptive innovation as well, that we can also face this connection between the society, the economy, and also the big challenges that these societies, economies, and our citizens are facing today.
Thank you. Isabelle?
So for me, sustainability is have perhaps a hope in the future. A hope in the future, taking into account the climate, the people we are, and the next generation also. And something that is very important for me today is also to speak about peace. And I think that we in universities, with our educational purpose, I think that we are at the heart and the core of the system.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think many things were said, but for me, the important thing about when you do something, and probably you find many examples in academia, at university, we do great stuff, and then nobody thought who is going to pay for it. Nobody thought what are the impacts that we have in environment or others. So sustainable innovation is when you are at the design phase, you think about which problem I'm addressing, which problem I'm solving, who is going to use this, and who is going to pay for this.
Charlie.
This is great. Thank you. This is very interesting answers. I'm actually going to take it back a notch because I figured being the last one, there's going to be future thoughts. And so I was thinking, for me, sustainable innovation could be all you said in a way, of course, but also maybe the hope now and rethinking what we do now and how we get to innovation as researchers. I think it's our responsibility to also have sustainable research practices, which I think at the moment aren't really. We travel around the world. We don't often question that. We drink off plastic bottles. There's probably lots of cups we're going to use throughout this conference. So how can we change these practices that we're so used to? Because I find it easy to talk about it's the future and it's something we will do, but I think we can do many things now. So I would actually make this a pledge towards everybody to think of how can I be sustainable while working on future innovation.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, but before that, I'd like to know, are there any questions from the audience? Is there something you'd like to know, or perhaps ask our speakers? Yes, two. Yes, Matthias, can you pass the microphone here? Can you put your hand up at the very back there, please? Down here, at the very end, and then here, Michael, on the left, second.
Okay. Some.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. So actually, Charlie, I liked your answer a lot because I was also thinking about this. We now think that doctoral candidates, when they finish their PhD, they will go into society, they will go into companies, and they will immediately be innovative and innovate in those companies, and change will happen. But unfortunately, I think the next barrier will not be that the doctorate holders find employment, but that they get stuck in their innovative mindset and they can't really change what's around them. Because especially, well, I'm a social scientist, so from the point of view of social scientists, they end up in government. So these are structures, institutions, NGOs, and they're not necessarily always having this innovation mindset themselves. For example, even at a university, the innovation is always centered on the research. But we could also focus more on the way everything around it is organized. So I just wanted to mention that, and I wanted to know whether you also had some suggestions on how can we foster this innovation mindset, this daily innovation mindset in several ways, and whether maybe it could be helpful to have a course on change management as well, and how you can help others, because one of the best skills of PhD holders is that they can actually take in a new reality, observe this, and then change their strategy while they're going. And other people, for example, they might not take in a new reality and they say, no, I don't believe that's true. I'm gonna ignore this. For example, on climate change, people that don't believe in climate change, they ignore science, they ignore scientific evidence, and they decide not to believe it because they can't include it in their mindset. So I was just wondering whether you have some suggestions or an opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your nice comment and question. Yeah, so my suggestions, I mean, I have to make a little disclaimer here. I'm not trained in any of this. This is merely my own opinion and thoughts. So I think with anything in innovation, it starts with a problem, right? You find and identify a problem and you see how can I find somewhat a solution to this that makes it a better place, a better world, a better industry, a better economy, a better society. And I think in terms of researchers, I think we need to question our practices and really look at them and ask, is this okay? Is this sustainable? And map that sustainability vision we have for the research itself on our own practice and possibly identify points where we see this is actually not okay. I identify a problem. I see I fly too much. I see I use all these one-use cups and bottles, and then think, how can I find solutions for this, and how can I possibly change the practice? I think we should sometimes think about changing the practice itself rather than just sort of tweaking it a little bit. But, and there I think some innovation thoughts would be really great, what we could do as a community.
Do any of the speakers want to add to that?
I think that we have also to accept that we are evolving in our job. So I did my PhD a long time ago. Then I had the opportunity to work in a research center, a governmental research center. And 15 years after, the university asked me to come back to the university and to develop the research administration. And one of my, let's say, a focus in the administration is first of all to apply those principles as a manager of my administration, first of all. And the second thing also is to be aware of that and to work with the young researcher and to help them to develop those competencies. So I think that what is important is also education, but also to be aware that whatever or what you are doing, what's your job, and also to keep that in mind. And I think that when you become older, you become more and more sensitive to this question, and mostly on sustainability. I'm really I completely agree, and I thank you for saying sustainability is now and today. But I think also that we have some concern regarding what are the young generation and so on. And I feel really concerned because I have children and I have grandchildren, and they have to benefit from the same life I had. Very, let's say, powerful, and a life that was enabling everything, even if I didn't kept my job as a researcher for my whole career.
Thank you. Fabienne, did you want to add?
If we link, you said that the researchers get also stuck in their career, and it is also departing from the statements that we make, that we have excellent research in Europe, we have excellent researchers, but what is needed is really also to have this access to the market, to have this innovations reaching out to the market and getting funding, getting access to finance also, because funding is also one big element of the sustainability of our innovations. And here, as I said before, it is the responsibility of each of us at each level also to make sure that we make the right links also between the education, the research and the innovations, and that we provide the means for the researchers also to be able to access to these markets, to be able to bring in their innovations closer to the market, to get this funding that they need in order also to reach out to the market. And here there is a big component which is linked, as the colleagues here said, which is linked to the skills developments, and making this link between education and research, making sure that our researchers acquire the necessary competences in order to reach out to the business, in order to move on between academia and business, in order to get this entrepreneurial mindset. This is also for me essential. It is really a culture change that we need to foster, to insuffle into the different, into our systems. And here, giving the means, providing the means, not only on the funding side, but also in shaping our programs, in shaping our strategies, but not only strategies for our policy making and for our research, but also for the researchers which will do this research and which will need to access the market, that we give them the means in their competencies and skills in order to do that. This is also for me essential, but this is not a question that only one institution, that only one player can solve itself. And here, really, the collaboration, the links between education, research, and the players in the business or in the private sector are also essential, I believe.
Thank you. I'm going to jump to the question here, and could you introduce yourself if you ask a question, please?
Yeah, I'm going to introduce myself. That's actually one of the major reasons why I'm asking a question. Yeah, I'm Mike Matlos. I'm the president of Euroscience, and I'd like to thank Garrett, I'd like to thank Matthias and others for allowing me to come and be with you as an old person. We at Euroscience are trying to bring together the voice of researchers and make that voice visible in everything going around policy and transformation of what's happening in the research and science communities. And what I would like to do through my presence at the meeting today is to find ways for us to collaborate more and better between Eurodoc and Euroscience. We believe that the emphasis on the skills and the future careers is absolutely essential. And so I'm very, very happy to see that. Since the excuse for me getting up was to ask a question, I actually have one. Something that I'd like to challenge the panel on is the question that Garrett asked you about sustainability. I was the most comfortable, I have to admit, with Charlotte's response compared to the other three. And the reason is that Charlotte didn't talk about the objective or the final point of arrival. She talked about the process. And I think that the reason why working on process is probably better than working on the final objective is that with disruptive innovation and new types of risks, as was indicated by our colleague from Liège, I think that predictability is going to be difficult. So that means that if you are going to create a new disruptive, unknown innovation, and I ask you, is this sustainable or not sustainable? The impression we got from the panel was that that's easy to decide. I'm not so sure that that's easy to decide, and I'd like the panel to address this question of uncertainty and difficulty in predictability of the sustainability of those innovations that are going to be coming out in the next few years.
Schwab, I'm going to let you answer first.
Oof. I mean, the unpredictable aspect of things, I think it's not related so much with. So if you imagine the concrete example of what happened with Tim Berners-Lee in '89, it was completely unpredictable what we did. But there was a problem. There was a problem to solve there. I think the thing that you need to have at the base is a problem to solve. But taking into account that this needs to become something that actually someone is able to, again, I insist, to pay for it, and also something that it's not going to violate the whole process where you are. So, yes, I don't think there is an easy answer for that. You got me there, but yeah. But I think if it's disruptive and unpredictable is good, but I think you need to look on the other side of the table as well and see what is the balance of that and what is the final impact of that you'll have afterwards. I hope it helped.
Thank you for this great question. I really like it. I was thinking about predictability, and I think we as researchers and humans as such are pretty much based on trial and error. I think that's pretty much what we've done. So I don't think necessarily it's going to be a problem. I feel like from experience, we usually jump into something and then we'll see how that works out along the way and deal with it later in a way. So I think we have to be like that, otherwise things never move. The other point is in terms of, you ask whether we could then say, is that sustainable, yes or no? I think it's generally hard to label something as sustainable because we talk about the 3 pillars, and I think they're generally contradicting each other at times. They're not always inclusive of each other. So maybe something that's sustainable for society may not be sustainable for the environment. So saying that something is sustainable as such, I find sustainability a very difficult term. The same as holistic, like what's holistic? I mean, that's not really how we think as scientists, I think. So generally, I think it's hard to label something as sustainable. I think we can say this looks like it might be working well, could be good for this and that, but not sure. I think that's probably what we're going to have to go with.
Let me recast this to the panel as well, because we have open science and open innovation. How open can you be in science? And then to take that further, how open can you be in industry when you want to innovate? I'm looking at Fabienne there. Yeah. Yeah, you can continue on. Yeah.
Oh, and on your question on the predictability, I make the link also with the risk that we accept to take. And if we look, for instance, at what we foresee under our framework program, we accept to take the risk and to fund such risk-taking initiatives through the European Innovation Council, when we cover the whole chain of innovation from the idea which emerges in the lab to the pre-commercial phase, and then getting this access to the market, getting access to investors. This is something where we put funding behind, where we put a structure behind which will enable these projects to emerge and to be supported. And I believe this is also an important role of public authorities to take this risk and to support it. And what we try to put in place, what we are putting in place through our framework program is precisely giving the means that such product where we do not such innovations where we do not necessarily have the predictability which is ensured can at least emerge and can be supported if there is a possibility for these innovations to reach out to the market and to be game changers. And here it's the role of the public authorities at European or also at national levels, at the level of the innovation agencies.
Isabel?
I don't have anything to add. I think that everything was said. Thank
I'll
you.
come straight to Beata, who has her hand up quite a long time.
Hello, I represent Eurodoc's Employment and Careers Working Group. I'm a coordinator and also a delegate of Polish NA. So my question is to Isabel and perhaps the others as well. And I'm sorry, but it's probably an impossible question to answer. I'm not expecting like the full answer, but as a coordinator of such a working group, I really think about those ECRs who are worse off. And you talked about researchers that should be trained for being innovative and disruptive, risk-taking. And when I think of my story coming to academia and many other people's motivations, many do want to come and change something in the world for the better. And we're talking about sustainable innovation here. I believe many really come with this motivation. But something happens during their careers, and we have so many discussion about mental health issues in academia and poor working conditions and bad supervisory practices. So how can actually researchers be trained to be innovative and, you know, risk-taking, become disruptive in a positive way and in such an environment? I mean, oftentimes it is just the ECRs who train themselves, they educate themselves, and how can policymakers or those in academia who actually do support, how can they practically support or in policy level support in less structured channels, I guess, ECRs who want to be innovative and you know, risk-taking, but how can we do in such a reality? I do sound pessimistic, but I just want to open up a discussion how to do it, you know, in maybe less, like we have so much money, budget spendings, and still so many issues, like it is so difficult, but maybe some other ideas that you have that are not so structured, but through structured channels.
The question is finally, what is training? And I think that when we speak about training, we speak about, very often we think in terms of courses, giving the way, giving some items, some orientation and so on. For me, what is important is to be trained for being aware of something and keeping it in mind, let's say forever, if we can do it. Will we be always trained to ethics when we have to solve ethical dilemma? That's the question. Can we be trained to that? Because we have evolution, we have some moral position and so on. So it's the same thing with this kind, and the question of innovation. I think that I will not speak about research because I'm not involved in research, but the question is also how you can not be all what the other are or the other want and so on. How you can define your own way as a researcher and try to develop the best you are and have a personal efficiency and perhaps to define your way and your career path for you, but also for what are your goals and try to match with also the goals of the company, the disciplines and so on you are involved in. Very often when we have master students coming to the PhD, you ask them, why do you want to be a researcher? And they have no answer to this question. It's because it's one first job and all that. It's because my supervisor or my thesis supervisor say, you are good, perhaps can you work with me? No, not with me, for me. And perhaps next year can we find some funding for your PhD and so on. So I think that we have to to make the young researcher aware of the different challenges they will face during their PhD, after the PhD, and also to help them to define themselves, their position. It's something that is very, very important for me. And we are trying to do it. How many of the PhD researchers today have a project written by the supervisor? And it's the first question, it's the first step. So my personal investment is at the very early beginning of the researcher, of the PhD, to speak and to make the young researcher aware on all those questions.
Do any of the speakers have something final to add?
Maybe to complement, but also to give a positive view on the situation as well. Researchers, most of the time, when you talk to them and you see it among yourselves, they are passionate about their research. They really, this is the job they also want to do. They want to pursue their career in the in academia. So this element of passion is something which I believe is also very important, added to the awareness about potential hurdles in your career that might arise. But this is, I mean, also generally speaking about the economy, this is a situation that anybody faces throughout its career. But if there are some specific hurdles here, it is the role of the institutions to take this into account and to offer the means to researchers for them to get trained, to acquire these competences that will help them also moving further in their careers, and also at the level of the policymakers to provide the programs and the funding that enable these researchers also not only to get aware, but to get this level of experience that will enable them also to make progress. We have programs through the Marie Sklodowska Curie Actions that provide to researchers the possibility not only to be in academia, but also to move to other sectors, to work with companies, with industries. So these programs exist, the funding means are there, and it is really a common responsibility between all these actors to be aware of potential hurdles. That's what we are doing through our European research area priorities, where we have a focus on mobility, a focus on career, focus on transnational cooperation and so on ethics, on gender and so on. This awareness raising needs to be done at the level of the institutions and of the policymakers, and then it is a common goal to work together on it, to let the researchers benefit also from this additional means, trainings that they can get in order for them to succeed in their careers. Why? Because the ultimate objective is, of course, for our societies, for our planet, for our economies, and keeping that in mind also enables to organize the systems, the different ecosystems, in such a way that we can also reach these goals. It is not easy, of course, there is not one single answer, but at least it is something that needs to be put in place and that needs to be fostered at all levels.
And Charlie, do you want to close with a quick statement?
Thank you for your question. I think it's really difficult to learn innovation, but I'm not sure if it actually has been said, but I think innovation is really closely linked to creativity. And personally, I don't always find very that I'm being very creative or that is being engaged in my PhD life. Like it's like paper, like apply for funding, site, like increase impact. And you go like, and you're just like sort of stumbling through. And the creativity might get lost. And I think practically what we're trying to do at my university is actually be like, let's get these people creative again. I've been part of a Marie Curie PhD program, so I've had some additional, let's say, resources to try work on this. And we practically just put people in a room and we had these special creativity exercises. Think outside the box. It really helps. There's a clear link between creative thinking and innovation, and especially once you talk to other people who might use your science. And that's what we've been doing, and you can do this fairly cheaply. And you can have real fun and sort of drop the seriousness for a moment. I think that's also important to emphasize. Like, it doesn't always help you to be that serious scientist and like, okay, now we talk science, methods, A, B, and C. It's not what's going to get you there, I think. So being a little wild, getting out there, trying different things, and and encouraging also your fellow PhDs to join you on this. It really helps.
Thank you. I would like to thank warmly all of our speakers, and then I believe Matthias has a message for you. So thank you all for the discussion.
So yes, me again, Matthias. We're switching, we're closing this session. And as a good host, I would like to bring you some good news. Don't be distracted by the chocolates. We have food for you. That's the first element of good news. Second element of good news, congratulations, you survived our Irish chair. It's always a challenge. I will punish him personally for the 10 minutes delay. So I advise you to just go upstairs, the same room as you maybe had a coffee this morning, marble room, and lunch is served there. We meet again at 1 o'clock, but then in the patio, it's the other building. I will announce that again 5 minutes before 1 in the marble room. So enjoy your lunch.
Well, thank you. Good job. Thanks, Charlie. Good. And you ran in to do this as well.
Oh my God, yeah, like I said,
Thanks,
I literally
Fabienne.
jogged.
It's always good. Interesting questions?
Could I ask you to remain on stage for one moment, because my colleague wanted to take a small interview. If that's okay. Elle est en train d'arriver, c'est juste Marine qui est là. Donc on va juste prendre un petit interview. Si c'est OK.
Oui, ça doit, il faut voir les questions,
Voilà.
voir si
C'est juste
je peux lire les questions juste avant pour être sûr que...
Voilà. Ça c'est Marine, c'est pour Objectif Recherche-Focus-Research. Pour l'association.
You need to close it before they get the results.
Yeah.
So, I will show you now. Well, it'll download it here. That's not what you want. Yeah, I'm gonna close it for you. Let me just check this. I'll download it here just to be safe, but anyway, it saves it. But I need to actually close it properly. Send them to you, that's the easiest.
Yes, okay. You can share it or you can write it somewhere.
Yeah, I only caught it afterwards. And we get the PDF. And it's closed now, so you're logging out. You can close it anyway in your own account.
I think it will be, so Alice, you can copy it.
I'm not going to introduce you to Peter, by the way. I hate laptops. hang on, yeah. I'm good. Let me finish one thing here. How do I delete that? Who's today?
I must say I love this conference room already. For once, the stand is not too high for me because I'm a short person, and usually I'm like this. It's really not a good way to start presentations. So what we have now for you is a session on activating career development and support. What is that all about? Well, it's about encouraging early career researchers to give careful consideration to their future career paths. It's about you taking responsibility for your careers, identifying your goals, thinking about the skills you already have, the skills you still need to develop, not only to finish your research project, your PhD, but also to achieve those professional goals in life, and to really think, okay, where can I develop, what can I do to develop those skills? Then, yes, you're in this academic environment, you see professors and researchers all the time, but know that there is a world out there. There are already a lot of doctorate holders working in a variety of positions in NGOs, governments, companies. So really, look for examples, go out there, talk to them, and know that, well, transitioning from careers is always something you need to think about, you need to work on, but also you will be needing to sell yourself. Because research has shown that also in the other sectors, they sometimes think that doctorate holders are not really that practical, they're critical, they don't really have the necessary social skills. Yeah, so think about that and know that, yes, you have to talk to people and sell yourselves. So we have 4 speakers for you. First, Dr. Alexander Hasgal. He's the head of the European University Association's Council of Doctoral Education, and he's responsible for a network of more than 250 universities in 36 countries. He obtained a PhD in history at the University of Zurich, and he has a broad variety of experiences in market research, journalism, in the NGO sector, and he will be presenting on doing a doctorate in collaboration with non-academic partners. Afterwards, second presenter is Dr. Lucas Zinner, who will discuss how professionals can contribute to career development. Now, apart from having obtained a PhD in mathematics, he has over 20 years of experience in research and research-related organizations. He is the chair of the Associations of Professionals in Doctoral Education, the PRIDE Network, which he founded in 2017 after having done a lifelong learning project on that. Our third speaker is Valentine Failly. She will talk about the support structure that has been developed at the University of Mons here in Belgium, the PhD House. She's a board member of the PhD House and is doing a PhD in labor economics on wage discrimination against migrants. Now, last but not least, we have Laura Buzinska, who will tell us about ways of bringing together doctoral candidates. She is one herself, of course, and she's doing a PhD in social pedagogy. She's also the Eurodoc representative of the Association of Latvian Young Scientists. So please, Dr. Hasgal, can you take this stand?
Okay. Yes, I can already start. Being actually the first speaker in such a session has something positive. People are still fresh. And something negative, if you talk too long, you set a bad example and are co-responsible if other people speak too long. So in order not to be responsible, I really want to stick to the amount of time which was given to me and talk to you about this question, doing a doctorate in collaboration with non-academic partners. Now to start, show you where I'm coming from. I'm here from the European University Association, which was established in 2001. We are a non-governmental membership organization having more than 800 university members, 34 rectors conferences, 47 countries. We consider ourselves the voice of the university sector and a forum for exchange, peer learning, and peer learning for members. Now, I'm here not representing whole AUA only, but also the so-called EOA Council for Doctoral Education. Now, what is the EOA-CDE? We are the largest European doctoral education network. We gather a community now from more than 250 universities in 36 European countries, working on driving doctoral education policies, promoting cooperation and exchange of good practices on issues of common interest. We are organizing different activities like conferences, workshops, webinars, peer groups, addressing questions which are fundamental questions of doctoral education, like also career development, which we always discuss, but also new topic, which may have just come up in the last couple of years, like for instance, the mental health of doctoral candidates, which is a very new topic, which Eurodoc has been extremely important, making this topic important, which now is a discussion among all European universities. This means we identify trends, monitor trends in doctoral education, but also participating in policy dialogues with all the important stakeholders. Also this one reason to be here, to talk to you and to also hear your view as doctoral candidates and Eurodoc on these issues. So the idea is and also thinking we need to strengthen the international dimension of doctoral education, making what's going on in this continent more visible between us, but also more general to everybody. Now, when we speak about doctoral education in Europe, and I'm sure many of you are aware, it's something quite special. It was what happened in the last 15, 20 years in Europe was not a top-down approach. Okay, now let's introduce doctoral schools and they should be everywhere the same. The idea was to say, let's have a common process, develop a new form of doctoral education, which will stronger support doctoral candidates in the endeavor. And for this, 2005 universities in Europe came together and had a seminar in Salzburg, in Austria, in the context of the Bologna process, to looking what is the key elements of doctoral education in this continent, coming up with 10 basic principles, the so-called Salzburg principles, which unfortunately I can now present because this will be an old presentation. But this has been in the last 10, 15 years. We had all 5 years new forms of coming together, the universities developing common points. Now, what in this so-called Salzburg process, what was actually the fundamental of doctoral education? And this is very important from our view when we talk also about career and development of doctoral candidates. So the main goal, and this was in the so-called Salzburg recommendation of 2010, of doctoral education is to cultivate the research mindset, flexibility of thought, creativity and intellectual autonomy. Doctoral education is original, concrete research, practice of research. And in the Salzburg principle, I said as the first principle was to say the core component of doctoral training is the advancement of knowledge through original research. This means the center, whatever we talk, if we talk about collaboration with non-academic partners, if we do it in academia, if we do it alone, if we do it in a team, the center is you as doctoral candidates do together work on the advancement on knowledge of research. But, and this is, or not but at the same time, this doesn't mean that you will be only in academia as doctoral candidates, because also in the Salzburg principle it was said, at the same time it is recognized that doctoral training must increasingly meet the needs of an employment market that is wider than academia. And when we speak about needs of employment market, this not only means, oh, the employment market tell us, so we have to do it, but it means doctoral candidates are going through very different careers. The society needs a diversity of people from different backgrounds, including having the research experience of having done a doctorate. So doctoral education it's research, but there is a broader than only academia, and here the collaboration with non-academic partners comes in. On one hand, this new form of generating knowledge, working together with other partners, and at the same time making basis to bring doctoral candidates to a successful career. So to repeat, the core component of doctoral training is advancement of knowledge doctoral candidates are and must allow independent and flexible, but also careers in and outside of academia become more and more important. And this is the fourth point you mentioned, the institutions, so the university play here also an important role. It's not only you and now the supervisor, it's also the institution, the supervisor, the doctoral candidates coming together, making this successful. And when we speak now about this fourth actor, about non-academic partner, about industry, businesses, public sector, they are meeting already our ecosystem of these three partners, and our aim is here to include them in a way that at the end, and this is to repeat, the research will be successful, and at the end is a successful thesis. Now, to show you how this cultural change from only looking on, okay, you're doctoral candidates, you are becoming an academic, into doctoral candidates are meeting broader ways and broader careers. We did last year a survey on doctoral education in Europe where we asked 300, we asked more, we asked also all UA members, but 311 university answered, and the idea was to say, where are we nowadays with doctoral education in this continent? And one of the questions we asked the university is, what do doctoral candidates do at the moment? What is the main of their activities? And now you remember Salzburg to say, in the center of the doctorate is doing research. This is what universities say. Most doctoral candidates do most of the time their research. When we ask them, what are you doing? What do you think are you preparing? The university says, yes, to a great extent always, we prepare the future generation of academics and scholars. But now the interesting thing is, they also say, maybe a little bit lower the number, but still a majority say to a great extent, we have highly skilled knowledge workers, or people outside of academia we are preparing, and about 90% say to at least to some extent, we are also preparing people outside of academia. So it's not only what we talk now about having academics, having our next generation of professors. We do have academics and scholars, we have researchers outside of academia, and highly skilled knowledge workers. The fourth, what we have here, leaders and managers, is a bit lower. So, and this is also something we see while doctoral candidates are becoming after very much quicker than others in their career, having management position. This is not necessarily what doctoral education will prepare you immediately, but it gives you the skills to fulfill actually these four aspects. So when we ask how important are specific elements in your doctoral education, the same specific research competencies is on the top, preparing, as said, doing scholarship, having new knowledge, but at the same time, there is also 50% of university, no, a bit 45%, extremely important also management and leadership competencies, and about 70% say these additional competencies are now in our doctoral education. Now, what just shortly UA has been quite active in a number of activities related to this question. We have we worked on business partnership projects, but the first two, this Doctoris 1, Doctoris 2, are two projects which UA has worked, and the report of Doctoris 2 came just out 2015. These are two reports I really could recommend to you if you want to read more about how universities came also together. There were two collaborative projects, and what do universities see and businesses see. There were projects where different stakeholders came together. Two reports I can recommend. So one aspect in this project came out when we speak about how to make collaboration with non-academic partners successful. You actually need preconditions and conditions. So the base of all this is having a common research ground. You need a common base, a common interest or a common idea of what you actually want to do to collaborate. just to say, I just collaborate and then let's see what happens. This is maybe not the best idea. There are some preconditions which are important when we speak about collaboration with non-academic partners. First of all, you need a shared understanding of the value of research, that research is really something important. The doctoral education is not only we will produce a product in 6 months. Research takes time. Research has some conditions. You need trust. You need to trust each other that you can really work together, and you need a long-term approach. And then the condition, and then you can really start to work on the project. And to have this project then successful, you need funding, you need the commitment between the partners, and you at the end need also doing a good thesis, a good research. So the collaboration doesn't make a lot of sense when at the end is not a product of the thesis. Now, doctoral candidates can probably be seen as the ones that build these bridges between between the universities and the societal actors. And I think when you look in this image of this bridge, I think it's in Switzerland, you know, it's really nice. You have a bridge and then you're in the tunnel and it's dark. So how can you make this darkness brighten? In this project, we actually asked different stakeholders, the universities, the companies, and the doctoral candidates, what do they actually consider first as benefits of collaborative doctoral education. And one key benefit was this idea that you will be able to bridge and integrate universities and business sector, that you will have employment opportunities, that you will have the possibility, and we talked today in these World Cafes, work in interdisciplinary areas, and you will develop transferable skills. And the second, and we just have some statements which will support that, which we have now not time really to address, but the same time is the challenges. What is the challenge of doing this project? And the first is, especially from companies, to have the right candidates. Not everybody is immediately able to work in completely different environments. For companies to say, how do we match the right people? How do we find the right people? For the universities, it's a lot of challenge to say everybody needs to be committed to this research, because in the center is that the doctoral candidate has a successful doctoral project, and this needs commitment of all the partners. And for the doctoral candidates, the challenge is really, you have more partners, you have more needs. It's not only you and my supervisor, it's me, my supervisor, some university regulation, and then all the demands which come working maybe in an industrial environment or in the public sector. So these are maybe 3 key challenges we have to deal with. So when we think about how can we make partnerships with non-academic partners successful, there may be some points which are important. First of all, there is a diversity of collaborative models. There is not the collaboration. There is not a way you can working together on a project in a big company, in a lab. It's not the same than working maybe in a network of different companies or in the public sector. It's different to work in different disciplines and so on. You need really these long-term relationships. Often it's the single doctoral candidates who starts the collaboration, and then you need to be able also when the project ends maintain this collaboration, because only long collaborations build trust. You need to find a way of academic and industrial co-supervision. It's not only the workforce, which will be then in the non-academic partners. You need maybe in this context preferably somebody with himself or herself a doctorate. So while of course it's the university giving the doctorate and the main responsibility is the academic supervisor, you still also need the commitment also related to supervision. At the same time, you need to have this sense for interdisciplinarity. It doesn't mean that your disciplinary excellence must be put into question or is put into question, but you need to deal with different disciplines. And then, and this is all something you have also to see, one reason to do that is that it also enables you to have different career perspectives, and this also need space in this project, new form of finding collaboration, of networking, of understanding. The regional dimension, what often is seen, collaboration works very well, where universities and non-university partners work in a regional setting. When we speak about doctoral candidates as a bridge between universities and non-university partners, these bridges are often in a more local context. And this is also, for instance, then for the personal career, when you are embedded into this region and working into this region. This gives you also a lot of opportunities for your career. And at the end, you need also, there are policy dimensions in Europe which are very helpful. We have now, we talked this morning already, there are support structures for this, there are organizational strategies. So when I say these are ways of making partnership with non-academic partners successful, this means these are all elements. When you think about that, when you reflect about them, there are some opportunities can arise which makes this project successful. And now on the end, and this I made this presentation before this morning, so now I said, oh, now he also comes with the SDG. I hope no, but what we think when we speak about sustainability, this is a whole new possibility for new forms of collaboration. First of all, it will give you new opportunities for new kind of projects. The big challenge we are confronting in the world is not something you can do only with small projects here and there. New opportunities will arise. There is the new skills. We need to confront these bigger challenges this world is, and we don't know what kind of careers, what kind of jobs we will have in 20 years. And this question of how make things more sustainable is here an opportunities, new funding in research areas. There is, for instance, we need to have much more research about how all this is then also implemented. How can we really better understand how these sustainable development goals, how can you really reach, eradicate poverty in the world, new form of research, new opportunities, as I said, for trans and interdisciplinary research, and also new form of internationalization. It will not only be that we in Europe or the US or in the more wealthier nation will solve all the problems. We need more international collaboration. So at the end, a small promotional, we are just very happy to invite you to our next annual meeting, which will be in Brescia. EUACD makes once a year an annual meeting. We decided exactly this societal dimension is something which is becoming extremely important in doctoral education, because the understanding that doctoral candidates are the ones that brings universities into society is the understanding we have more and more. And our first panel, for instance, will be on the SDGs in universities, and to the end, for the first time, we will also have a doctoral candidates fee at this annual meeting. So we will make also a special participation rate for doctoral candidates, because we think doctoral candidates must be part of this process. Their voice will be here. We're always happy inviting from Eurodoc speakers, but we're also happy having participants. And I'm sure I'm here for you and my colleagues here if you have questions. And yes, looking forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Does anyone have a burning question right now for Alexander? Yes, go ahead.
About the doctoral debate, yes. Who can actually submit articles? Do you also do some other external?
Yes, there is no external articles because we're all universities. No, doctoral debates. Thank you for. We have a new online discussion. It's not so new, it's now a year. It's now the doctoral debate. You all will find on our website, which gives possibility especially to member universities, and a lot of your universities are also member with us, to promote, to write short articles more in a blog form with ideas about doctoral education, and you are definitely invited. If you have an idea, you say, this is this aspect, this guy forgot totally to talk about that, and that's the most important. Or if you say there's something completely different in doctoral education, I want to say, please contact us, pitch your ideas, and we are happy also to come to you. We support authors also. We have a professional editor, so even if your English is not perfect, then we have people supporting you with that. So please, if you have ideas, just write us. So come to our annual meeting, write in the doctoral debate, and be active in Eurodoc, and then the future of doctoral education is bright. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We all know what to do now. And yes?
I mean, I don't know now which support exactly you mean, but in general, if there is any idea or question, you just can contact us or me, and then if you have a concrete question, and then we can, because it's now difficult. So, but in general, yes, we are working to providing to our member the support, and we have, and to the universities. I don't know if this helps. Otherwise, really come to me, and if you have an idea.
Okay. Thank you. So up next is Lucas Zinner from the Pride Network.
Good afternoon. So I'm from Austria, not that much familiar with timekeeping as the Swiss colleagues, but I will do my best, and I get some warning if I'm running out of time. So, yes, I'm coming from the Pride Network, but I'm also coming from the University of Vienna, which is actually paying my salary. And this is, you see, the main building of the university, built in the Renaissance style in the late 19th century, as a kind of a sign for enlightenment, what universities should be. So, and I hope you have the same experience of enlightenment when you're studying, in particular during your doctoral education. So, the question to me was, can professionals contribute to career development? And my answer would be yes, I hope so. And I hope you experience this in one or the other way. And I thought I'd begin my presentation with kind of two definitions. The first is what is career development. And there are many, but they are in essence kind of similar. So career development is the lifelong process of managing learning, work, leisure, and transitions in order to move toward a personally determined and evolving preferred future. And this is where our support maybe also stops. Because we know that many of the PhD candidates actually are looking for a future in academia, and this is what we usually cannot provide in many cases. A colleague, we had last week a conference here in Brussels, partly in the same building, and our colleague my professional colleague from Imperial College said, in essence, we cannot give them what they want, but we can give them what they need. And this is actually what I think many of my Pride colleagues try to do in their universities. But we also have, of course, to take into account that not so many professionals actually exist in so many countries. So what we also know and what we also experience is that this kind of forum like the Eurodocs is quite an excellent pool for recruiting professionals. Many of you here in the audience are interested in higher education policy, are interested in looking a little bit broader on what's going on in the world with respect to doctoral education. And I guess many of you will have in the future, if you want to stay connected with higher education, the pathway through this, what we call, and I will refer to it later on, the third space, is something you might envision. So, what do we consider a professional higher education? It does not mean just doing administration and not research. So we came up in our project, and this was kind of the first step, actually, before we started this association. We had a long discussion actually in the consortium and also with partners what makes an administrative person a professional. And so we came up with a few bullet points. So it's a profound and holistic understanding on a systematic level. So it's not just executing what people are told. Translating the knowledge they have for the benefit of their own institution. And what we see, the more and more we professionalize higher education institutions, which is needed because of new legal frameworks, because of different governance. The more and more these professionals are entering the universities and became quite often also a little bit the backbone of the system, is my experience. So I'm now, and our chair, when she introduced me, she said, I have 20 years of experience. Yes, I am old. I'm actually at the moment training my 4th vice rector, and I always have the feeling I'm beginning from zero. And this is why, because they did research. They were leading a team. They were leading maybe a department. They are very well connected within their scientific community, but this kind of policy stuff, it's not so really interesting. Yeah? These hot air blah blah papers. Yeah? But if they read them carefully, and if you have really digested, for instance, Salzburg principles, you see how revolutionary it actually was. But of course, this needs time, and you have to, as I said, you have to digest them and you have to understand them. So, and all these kind of attributes are linked to a professional in higher education, and we call it a professional higher education with focus in doctoral education. So being aware of the context, what is going on. So it's not only being aware of what is going on within your institution and how to run the system, but also look what are the major trends. As Alexander said, being aware that there is something going on with well-being. And this is not just an issue if some student had some serious issues, but this is obviously a hot topic, and we have to deal with it. And this is something which quite often is not coming top-down based on the wisdom of the rector or the vice rector, but it's coming from the community. It's the professionals who are closer to you, the PhD candidates. They are observing us. There is an issue going on. Quite often, we are informed earlier than even the supervisors, because there is a different relationship. Being embedded. So I'm just going a little bit through because, as I said, timekeeping is not my strength. But I have an excuse because I did my PhD before transferable skills training was available. So I'm a little bit a last century guy in this respect. So understanding the great importance of networking, here you are. Having the capability of identifying and solving problems, providing options for decision making. This is an additional step. It's not just we have an issue, but we can react in this or the other way. And of course, contributing to the further development of doctoral education. And it's not a big surprise that Alexander is a PhD holder, for instance, yeah? Because he obviously was able to transfer the knowledge he gained during his different occupations now to the benefit of doctoral education in Europe. So professionals, we believe that this kind of being either an academic or a non-person is a little bit old-fashioned. So we believe that it's the same as I said in the break, that we should be also careful with talking about the academic and non-academic sector, because it brings already a little bit of a bad connotation. So we should be about other sectors, maybe. So we think about there is at least something, a third space, and I tried to visualize this somehow. So what we see in the universities nowadays, in the old days, there was the rector and the vice rector, and they were in essence representatives of the university, changing every second year, having nice talas or whatever kind of interesting outfit. And they were in essence representing the university. Nowadays, with given the autonomy, giving a completely new governance structures. They are really running the universities. So they are CEOs. My rector is a CEO of the university. He's kind of the man to decide about $500 million budget every year. So so we have this kind of academics. Of course, he's a full professor in mathematics in this case, but he is becoming, somehow he's moving also to administration. In essence, he has to leave his comfort zone and become a manager of an institution which is, in my case, we have almost 100,000 students, and we have about 10,000 staff, which is quite a challenge to deal with when you are trained as a professor in mathematics. And then, of course, there are other people who are coming from the administration, as I did somehow, and moved and became an expert, or a kind of expert, on a topic. And what we are, in essence, doing is we are collaborating. So we are kind of, as I would say, we are kind of creating this kind of third space, where you'll be there on a temporary scale or for a longer run. So this is what we consider as these professionals in higher education. And the question for the presentation was, in 5 minutes, to talk about what can professionals do. We asked professionals what they actually do. Yeah, we had a long list of what they are doing on the daily business. It was interesting, of course. Number one was organizing transferable skills trainings. But then there were even topics like consulting PhDs on career topics, on career issues, even establishing relationships with external employers. And then, of course, many, many other things where they use their understanding of doctoral education to move their system forward. So if you talk about career development, you have this kind of topics related to this. This is about self-awareness. This is very important. Confidence. You have to understand what you can do and translate it to someone, an external employer who understands then what you mean by being able to communicate or writing a report or stuff like this. Career awareness, goal setting, skills training, and then performing. This is, of course, your main task. And if we look at it, where can professionals actually contribute? Is I would say we can contribute to developing your self-awareness. We can contribute to your career awareness. We can help you in setting goals by reflecting on actually forcing you to reflect on where do you actually want to be, and of course, through the transferable skills training programs we are offering. Interesting, and I give you just an example what professionals do. For instance, they run studies. As Alexander showed, his study is also done by a professional in doctoral education. So the driver behind the study was a kind of a professional interest in actually what's going on in doctoral education in Europe. This is just another thing. And what is interesting here, this was a study done by our colleagues in Leiden. And what they looked at, they asked the PhD holders who are working in a company and asked them, so, okay, what are the skills you have acquired and what are the skills actually you require nowadays? And there's quite some, and if there would be on the line, it's a nice match. And if it's not on the line, it's maybe an issue. And you see this circled, number 3, number 4, number 13. Number 3 is social skills. Number 4 is teamwork, and number 13 is project management skills. And I don't have an anecdote for all of this, but for the teamwork, of course, usually professors, in particular when they're coming from the lab sciences, say, could not be. I'm seeing them all the time. They are working in teams. How can the lack of teamwork? Yeah? But of course, on the other hand, if you look at how universities are developing and how we are recruiting and we are developing towards quite an ego-manic university. So we are all proud of recruiting these strong personalities, having an ERC grant who are very much interested in their own career in the first place. So teamwork is obviously something, and it's not my finding, but it's obviously something which is seen as a need to be developed. The other thing is project management, and this is what we actually know, and this is for all of you who have not yet finished their PhD, think about planning. What we what we have found out in one of our, in another study we were running at the university is we asked the PhD candidates why they are late or why they have doubts to finish. And there were two main reasons they gave us. The first was very astonishing for us. The first was, I have the feeling I'm not good enough, which was a little bit shocking for us because this was already kind of an elite group. So has also to do something with self-awareness maybe? No, I am not good enough. Yeah, yeah, I know. Nonetheless, it was surprising. Yeah. No, it was surprising that there were two reasons. The second was I have no management and time skills, as I do. And I'm speeding up. So these but what I want to show is, the question was how can we contribute? We can contribute in the way that we are kind of showing what's going on and that you as a PhD candidate can reflect on it. Yeah? The other story is career awareness. The one message is, and this is a slide I took from Connor Carroll from last week, and this is taken from Education at a Glance. There is not much unemployment on PhD level, so be quite confident. Yeah? In Austria, I would usually say we don't have an issue with PhD holders and unemployment. The question is, of course, if they actually are working in the areas they want. What is relevant, of course, is that you understand somehow where you want to go and what is actually needed in the respective sectors you want to go. What I'm asking you to do, if you are interested in looking around, take your time from time to time, maybe on a train where you don't have enough energy maybe to read a scientific paper, and go through these kind of publications to get a feeling of what kind of information is already there. We do this kind of trackings, for instance, for the University of Vienna, and we see in essence we don't have an issue with unemployment rate. We see that we have differences in the earnings of our PhD candidates. There's quite a difference between the earnings in the sciences and the social sciences, but with respect to unemployment rates, we don't have an issue. What we also see is, of course, that careers are changing. So you can expect that when you are doing a career, you will not stay in the same area for the rest of your life. Did I skip this maybe? What is also interesting to know for us as professionals is to recognize, and this I tried to address already, and this was a little bit a shocking learning for me, that only 1/3 of and this is a few years old, but only 1/3 of the PhD candidates who were asking this survey have actually access to transferable skills training. This is the Moore report, and one of the authors is, I think, in the first row. So may I ask you, who of you does not have access to transferable skills training in your university? Yeah, but these are, no, but this was general. This was general. Yeah. Okay, so some of you. Because we are somehow believing that, and this is a little bit the issue we have on the European level, we are getting so very much used to this kind of vocabulary and these policies that we sometimes ignore that. I would say in Vienna, 2 hours with the bicycle to the east in Bratislava, the situation is already quite different. And this is quite quite a challenge, I think, for Europe. So, of course, when we look what professionals can do, is we are very, very often responsible, and not only for organizing it, but also partly for running this transferable skills training. And as you know, they have a broad variety, and interestingly enough, it's again very much focusing again on research skills. So if you think about, and research skills are highly valued if you move to a different sector, but you stay close to your area, then the research skills are most relevant. But in other areas, there are other skills which are actually needed. And so if you have the opportunity to take part in transferable skills training, think about not only what you need now, or maybe yesterday, but how to plan where you want to go to. So take this into account. If you want to go to see a future for yourself in an NGO or in the public sector, think about what kind of courses or trainings you will have to. And this is exactly what I tried to illustrate here. So actually, if you look at changing the subject and changing the sector, some of you may stay here. Quite many of you, I guess, will go there. But there will be, and we know it in the STEM areas, people move. They stay closer to the subject, but they move to a different sector. But of course, some of you will end up in an occupational area which has little to do with your subject and will be outside of academia. And nonetheless, I'm sure you will have a very satisfying work experience. The role of professionals for career development, I would say we are your allies in all questions with respect to professional and personal development. So if you have professionals in your environment, make use of them. They are committed, as far as I get to know them or got to know them. They are interested, and they really do this job because they want to move things forward, and they are much more usually altruistic as compared to maybe your scientific colleagues. They often have similar experiences, so they went through this process, to this sometimes tiring, tough process of doing a PhD. So they have this experience, and they can share this with you. They are quite often better informed what's going on in doctoral education. And they also bring increasingly more and better perspectives regarding careers than compared to the outfields. So my statement at the end, I'm almost in time, huh? Yeah? And I'm of course happy to answer questions. I will be on the podium anyway. Yeah? So these are my contact details.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Does anyone really have a burning question to ask him right now? Or shall we move on and keep the questions for during the panel discussion? I don't see anyone asking. Okay. So then I would like to invite Valentine Failly from the PhD house at the University of Mons.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if everybody can hear me. Okay. Hello, I'm Valentine Failly. I'm coming from the University of Mons, and today I'm going to introduce you to a work in progress that's going on now in Mons. And this project is called the PhD House. And it aims at supporting your professional success as academic. So, here is the table of contents, shortly. The first thing you have to know is that UMons is a human-sized university with a growing PhD community. And the university wanted to accompany these PhD students and organized in the past previous activities for them. However, though they were helpful, it was a lack of, there was a decrease of interest toward it. Since last year, when we had a one-year event called the PhD Revolution. This PhD Revolution brought together all actors that's in touch with the PhD at some point. And the aim of this day was to think about this PhD journey and how to accompany it better. And from it, there were two needs that came out. The first one was to gather a dynamic workforce, and the second one One was to build a community. From those two ideas was built the PhD house. The PhD house is a physical space, but also a community. Its first goal, its main goal, is to bring together PhD candidates and create the feeling of belonging to a community through common projects and activities. It is run by PhD candidates, not by the institutions. So this is a unifying project because it brings together PhD candidates, but it also works with a lot of organisms inside of the university. The first one is the PhD college. Here it is managed by the university, by the Doctoral administration. And so we work with them, they finance us also, to accompany the PhD throughout their journey. We also work with the courses, that's the scientific representatives in the humans, and with the AVRE, that's the organism that valorizes the research and administrate it. Yes. So we have many goals, and the first one is to be a working space. We would like PhD candidates to work together in a place that is built for that and create, in the end, some linkages with, between faculties, between services inside the humans. Then we would like to centralize the information because this information is there, is in the cloud, but not really easy to find and to use. So we would like to centralize it in order to give it to PhD candidates. Then it is also a training space. Here we would like to give information to our PhD candidates about the writing skills, about speeches, etc. So here we would like to train our PhD candidates. It is also an exchange space where actually people could exchange about their work, their researches, their data that they have, etc. But also, we would like them to exchange more than that. People come from all over the world and they could exchange, for example, their culture, their food even, in the PhD house. It is also an experimentation space because it is new, it is a work in progress. We don't know what is going to happen in this house, so it is really an experimentation. It is also a meeting space. Actually, the University of Mons is spread in the city, and people don't meet on a daily basis throughout the faculties, and sometimes they even don't meet between the services in the same faculties. So here we would like people to meet and to talk and gather and exchange thoughts, etc. It is also a welcoming space. We would like to welcome the first PhD candidates. It might be a scary word out there in the academia, so welcoming them might be comforting for them for the first days. And finally, we don't forget about that, we would like the PhD house to be a wellness space, because academia might be stressful, writing a PhD thesis might be stressful, so relax with your friend that you're going to have in the PhD house might be helpful to deconnect and laugh about it. We have two management units that govern the PhD house. You have the board that manages it on a daily basis, but also the General Assembly that only meets once a year. For the board, we have 9 pairs. Why pairs? Because everybody has his own schedule, and we would like at least one person each time at each meeting to be there. So here are the pairs. You have mediator, secretary, treasurer, project manager, etc. And they vote all actions that have to be done for the next month or later. You have also a General Assembly that meets once a year. Its missions are to monitor the PhD house by voting important decisions once a year. So here you have a plan, a map of Mons, and the red dot is the PhD house. You have a photo of it on the left. It is really in the center of Mons, since you see the black dots that are the different faculties in Mons, and the PhD house is really the center of it. So, what are we going to do to activate the academic career? Here in this step, we are a work in progress, so we don't have implemented them yet. And if you have suggestions for us, don't hesitate to step in now and tell us, oh yeah, you could do that, okay? So, first, we would like to welcome the new PhD candidates that I told you already. We would like also to organize presentation rehearsals in order to see if everything is rolling, if the English is good, if everything is clear with your presentation. Even your peers that even don't know your subject can tell you if your presentation is clear or not. Then we would like to help with the writing. Everybody in his life has been in front of a blank page, and that's not the best feeling ever. So maybe being in front of a blank page could be better if someone were with you in the same area to work on it and to have idea about what to write and how to write. Finally, we would like to organize tip sessions. Here, we would like to ask some older academics, such as promoters, researchers, or older PhD postdocs, etc., to step in and give their advice about how to write, about how to speak, how to postulate. Okay, how to give your paper to a journal, etc. So here we would like older academics to come and give their advice in order for us, the youngest one, to be better academics. Then, next to activating academic career, this PhD house, activates our non-academic career. Why? Because in the PhD board, so that's specific for us, the PhD board, we have to manage the PhD house and use our academic, non-academic skills in order to run it. And in the end, we will improve our non-academic skills, such as management, as the professor, you said it before, management or speaking in public, etc. So, yes. So, now, a little bit of publicity. If you want to contact us, don't hesitate to reach us via our Facebook page, our mail, or if you're old-fashioned, our physical address. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Valentine. Does anyone have a burning question for her? No? Well, actually, I was wondering, I know it's still a bit in the experimentation phase, but do doctoral candidates from all the faculties really come, or do you see that it starts in certain faculties? Or?
For now, it starts in certain faculties, but we try to reach all the faculties and mails and say, yeah, come and participate in our board, etc. So yeah, we try to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. Our last speaker is Laura Buzinska. From the Association of Latvian Young Scientists.
I'm super happy to be here, and if I'm happy, I tend to speak too fast. So if I speak too fast, let me know. I will try to slow down my heart. I'm happy to be here to share something what I have done in my free time for last 2 years. And sharing and caring came from idea when I was living in Denmark. I had a friend who said that sharing is caring. And I'm a person who really likes to share information. And that's why I was thinking that there should be a space where also PhD students can be. And that's not my presentation. It's there. Yes, idea is that what I like to do in my free time, I like to ask big questions. And one of the big questions, what I ask myself is, what makes people happy? What do you think? What makes people happy? Okay, okay. Okay, okay. What else? What else? Food, okay. Super. What I stumbled upon a few years ago is one research from Harvard Medical School, which was one of the longest researches, which said that a good relationship keeps us happier and healthier. And the idea was that it was not only families and friendships, but also communities. And that's something what really questioned how I do things, because I was wondering, because I am also into peace education, and I was thinking, where we do learn how to deal with conflicts, where do we learn how to have good communication, and where we learn how to communicate, actually. So that's something what was in my mind. And then when I was in my second year in my PhD, I had a big hole within me, because I didn't have space where to discuss all these questions that arose in my head. So me and my colleague, we made small Facebook group between PhD students who study pedagogy. But as I had also friends who were studying different PhDs, what I did, I made a Facebook group for PhD students, and then it was in Latvian written. And what was there, I invited PhD students from all over disciplines to join and share their experiences, and to learn about different requirements in different PhDs programs, and also gain support. And that was the profile, not profile picture, but the background picture I chose. Because PhD comics is something, everybody knows PhD comics, right? Yes, because they tend to pick burning questions very precisely. And that was something at that time that bothered me, how to balance this research and also PhD pressures, and in the same time see your friends. And that's still the background picture. And yeah, idea was that to have a space where to exchange information, because in Latvia I felt that sometimes information what is needed are somehow missed between emails, and then somehow Facebook isn't used for professional communication. And that's why I wanted to have this space as an informal space where people could really express their questions. And so we made some events in local bars, and then up to like 10 people showed up a few times. And what was very inspiring to meet, for example, a guy who studies physics, is that I realized I don't know nothing about physics. And it was something very deliberating, because even if I'm a PhD student, I don't need to know everything about every aspect. But then what happened is, a few years ago, I worked in Diaspora and Migration Research Center, where I helped make research about full-time students abroad Latvia. And there was also a reason that students who study full-time outside Latvia, they don't have connection with professionals in their fields in Latvia. So I knew one guy who studies mathematics in USA. So when I knew he's coming to Latvia, we actually made a space for him to share his knowledge. And at that time, we created the first big gathering for young scientists, because I knew it will draw more attention, and something what I was thinking, that it's not only like online space, but we also need to have offline space where to communicate. So Janis was willing to share his experience, and that's how I like friends who don't know how to say no. And because all this is like voluntary work. So this was great success, and then I knew that there's a space where to continue, because idea was that there's a space where people could exchange the knowledge and also questions what they have, and where they can also talk to their peers whom they didn't know before, and there was this space of interaction. And there were more. I couldn't fit me, so I put me like that. idea was that at first I was ashamed because actually these are made in Google Docs. But now I'm actually proud of my skills how to use Google Docs to make posters. So yeah, we had more and more people, and then now what I'm super happy about is that now people approach me and say, oh, by the way, I have this burning question, can we make space to discuss it? So that's something what is happening. And about statistics, now we have around 300 PhD students from all universities, all kinds of backgrounds in the group. There is some statistics about events, these big gatherings, what people are interested in, because that's idea is that the gathering is called for young scientists, and my association welcomes PhD students and up, but the events are open to everybody. So people who are bachelors also can join and just like share this interactive space. Yeah, and as you can see, life goes ups and downs, and also interest and active members in my group also goes up and downs depending on the topics what we discuss there. And then I want to share some do's and don'ts from my experience. The first is ask people for help, because if you do, they are willing to help you. And then experiment with methods, because I'm coming from field of non-formal education. Who is here familiar with non-formal education methods? Yes, there are some. So idea is that you can always experiment with people and just see what works, because each group of people which comes are actually very unique, and they each bring different kind of atmosphere. What we are doing, because we are there are many people from many different universities, we change venue places, because otherwise if we only make events in one university, other ones like what they have monopoly. So we try to avoid this. And now what we did, the last event was actually held in our National Library. So it's the most nicest space and not connected to any universities. And what's also important is invite scientists who study abroad and also foreign researchers living in your cities, because these are the people who don't know the locals and they need this exposure to the locals, so they also know whom to connect in the future. What else is there? What is also today we discussed in one work group is you have to make both online and offline activities, because one is, as we know, like human behavior online are a bit different than offline, and that's why it's important to have both. And then jokes are allowed. That's also good. And then the space about meaningful questions, that's important, because if we don't ask the questions what really matters and what really bothers you, then we don't connect, because to have connection, you need to have this vulnerability. And something what is crucially important, especially if you come from Eastern Europe and people don't hug and people don't normally come up towards each other, you need to have methodology or techniques how to host networking. Otherwise, if you just leave like, oh, they will meet in the coffee break. In Latvia, it never happens, like seriously. And that's why you should also know how to, for example, to make these introduction people circles, you need to push people to speak at least 3 people and things like that. And actually people afterwards are very relieved, because actually they want to meet, but they don't have this like, oh, I don't want to walk up. And somewhere where you can have inspiration is there's art of hosting. Do you know about art of hosting? Are you familiar? So there's like these bunch of methods you can use from art of hosting and non-formal education, and there's like you can find ice-breaking or team-building activities in the internet, which is like there's full of tons of activities. And then ideas, if you want to make academia alive, you should really introduce, because otherwise if there will be stiff people around, people will not be willing to spend more time there. And talking about the group and other activities is that I'm super happy now that this group now is being used as a platform where Association for Student Union and our association are making events where we discuss how the PhD process is happening in Latvia, because we have ideas how to make it better, and that's why we have this pool of people where we just ask, oh, come along, we have this discussion there. And then another methods would be used were, for example, library days. We made, for example, events that on that and that day we all will, like some of us will be in the library, so you can come and join. And actually afterwards, some of the people said, oh, thank you for that event. I went, after that, I really visited the library more often. And just so weird, but like some things really work like that. And then about the content, because young researchers are really the people who need to know where they are getting into somehow. So that's also ideas, this is like from Baltic perspective, which you can learn and what you can tell the new researcher about. Because there are events and also activities and scholarships opportunities, but young researchers, they are too busy with their PhDs, and there should be events where they also learn the big picture. So yes, there are some factors which make, I think, events nice: people, content, connection, trust, and vulnerability. And then there are always questions which I keep on thinking, like how to make things better. And for example, in Latvia also we have PhD students who are English speakers, and sometimes they feel left outside. So my question is always like how to make it better. And then there's also how to make active academic, because what I see and feel, and also during today in discussions, is that sometimes I think we don't give benefit for PhD students that they have this agency within themselves to change things around them, but they don't know somehow that they have this agency. And then if they would be somehow given more information about the field where they are in, then maybe there would be more also this active involvement and willing to understand how things are happening, because sometimes I feel that researchers also don't understand that science doesn't happen itself. There's like funding planning, policy planning, all kinds of things, and management of things which are there, which people don't realize that they're happening. Yes. And for the next, as I like experiment, as I told you, I invite you to find people next to you or in front or in back, whom you don't know. And you are invited to stand up because your body needs some standing and some stretching. And yes, go and find this person. 3, 2, 1, stand up. So did you find? So the idea is that one of you should be 1A and the other should be B. And then the question is, the A person should ask the question, if you were given unlimited resources, what would you research? And you have 1 minute to answer. If you haven't, then exchange and ask the question. You can thank your partner, and if you want, you can hug him or her. And you can get back into places. I know this conversation is awesome. Yeah. Please, darlings, you can now sit down. I'm really happy you're having nice conversations. Thank you for help. With this, I just wanted to show one thing, that ideas that if we talk about how to connect and things like that, now the person who heard what's your research passion will be the person who can be your agent. So ideas that when somebody will speak, oh, I like that and that, and you will be, oh, but I know person who likes that idea. Because ideas that when we speak about things, what we do, what we like, we speak about our jobs, but not what we're really into. So I really wish that we would have more spaces where we talk about what we want, because that's the way how we can make the world what we like to live in. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Everyone was so excited, nobody wanted to sit down again. Please stay on stage. Does anyone have a question for Laura specifically right after the presentation? Yes, Milena? Yes. In the meantime, I guess the other presenters can already come back on stage.
You know, I just pointed one interesting thing in your question regarding the unlimited resources. And I know that you're from Latvia, and I know that there is a quite difficult situation with the scholarships for the doctoral candidates. Even comparing with the neighborhood countries like mine from Lithuania, because we rised up quite good, we have a quite good scholarship. I guess you don't even have, your doctoral candidates don't even have, or just a few hundred euros for their salaries, if we can name them as well. So does your national association make something to do something better, or maybe Eurodoc could support you and help with this question?
Thank you for the question. There are two answers I can choose. One thing is that this work group which we are making with the Association of Students, we are exactly dealing with this issue, but actually there are two approaches also, because one option is to have bigger scholarship, but then actually the second is to actually impose that PhD is not a student thing, it's a work. So that also needs bigger explanation why it's happening. But actually talking from other point of view, and coming back to first presentation, is that maybe having really small scholarships is the way how to put people out of the academia and have them way how to have real life work. So that's something. Thank you.
Actually, in Flanders, the high wages for postdocs are seen as a retaining factor, so that people remain in academia because they still have a high wage. So actually, it does work that way. Okay, so thank you to the speakers. We have now seen talks about intersectoral mobility, on how to collaborate with companies by Alexander. Lucas talked about the third space then again, so it's a different point of view. This is where the professionals in doctoral education and higher education can provide support for doctoral candidates. And then we had two doctoral candidates who were active in community building. So that is another perspective, and that is from doctoral candidates themselves, the bottom up, and the interaction with peers. So I just am gonna open for questions from the audience. Does anyone have a question at the moment? No, not yet. Okay, well then I will just start off. Actually, Alexander, when I was seeing your presentation, I had this question. You mentioned that in this collaborative partnerships, when someone is doing a PhD in collaboration with industry, that is creates for even higher expectations of the doctoral candidates. Because not only does the doctoral candidate have to satisfy the supervisor and do academic work, but you also have to satisfy the company you are working with. Do you think this can be related to the high stress level and the mental well-being and mental health of doctoral candidates? Because, well, on the one hand, research has shown that mental health problems, stress is related to
the insecurity in careers. So doctoral candidates are not sure of what careers or what they can do, so they have stress from that. And doing a PhD in collaboration with industry would increase opportunities in terms of careers. So it should make the stress less. But at the same time, there are more expectations, so there is more pressure. So what are your considerations on that?
I mean, you answered already.
Darn.
No, that's exactly. I mean, on one hand, you can. I mean, first of all, I don't know if everybody hears me.
Yes, maybe.
I mean, I don't know if there is now specific empirical knowledge, but I come from the humanities, so we can also say something without statistics. I think what's here is, but important is, collaboration has also a price. It has a lot of opportunities. It can be a great opportunity, but as you already said, it takes more. It can take more time. Maybe it's not necessarily about satisfying people, but you have more demands to deal with, and still, the main demand is to have a great doctorate, and at the end to have a good thesis. So yes, so there is obviously there must be understanding or a flexibility in the system that allows this. And when we take again the Salzburg principle, there was actually one of the key aspects to say doctoral candidates must be allowed flexibility. So if you develop a doctoral education in a way which says, okay, after 6 months you must have this, after 12 months this may not be so helpful to motivate people to be more flexible. And this understanding has also to do with the supervisor. There very often I hear like, okay, doctoral candidates actually would like to interact, to have a collaboration with industry, but then the supervisor is afraid, or no, then you will just waste your time, and this time is needed for your career development, or they may be afraid, and this also happens. I mean, you start a doctorate in relation with a company, and after 6 months they tell you, oh, you are so great, we offer you already now a job with 5 times the same salary as you as a doctoral candidate. Do you really want to give off this chance of your life, or maybe postpone your doctorate 10 years? So there is also risk from the side of the supervisor, maybe also from the side of the universities. But at the end, if you have this flexibility to deal with this demand, if you have an understanding that things can take more time, if you understand that it's enriching experience, but also if you have, for instance, assessment systems, which also take into account when you also want to do an academic career, that the fact that you have been 6 months in a company is not only bad, or that it's actually good, this will reduce the stress level. But to answer, yes, if you just make it very unflexible, this is definitely not helpful.
Okay, so obviously, Lucas, how can professionals help with that flexibility?
I would say important for this kind of collaborations. I think it's less stressful to work in a collaborative research project because it's better framed, and they are less left alone. My experience with stress at the university is the most stressed PhD candidates are those in the most competitive teams. Yes. So there, at least in my institution, there we have the biggest issues. Yeah. Because there's so much competition and there is little collaborations. We call it sometimes the co-petition, yeah? But the focus is on the petition. I think important for this kind of collaborations is that we have established a good framework, yeah? So that it's clear. What we see sometimes, and this is I have now a different head, not the head of the professionals, but I'm also head of the technology transfer office and the head of the grant office in Vienna. So what we see is that we need proper contractual frameworks for setting this up, to keep an eye on that the interests of the PhD candidates, the interests of the university, and of course the interests of the company are taken into account early on. Yeah, and then it can be of course decided, and it can also discuss usually quite not too difficult with the company, that you say, okay, we need some kind of publications, how to deal with the data, how to anonymize them, not only with respect to the data protection, but also to keep in mind the interests of the company, which is also okay, of course, to keep in mind. So I think The framework must be set up. And therefore, it's it's important to get in touch with the professionals to help early on.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, how can communities of doctoral candidates help cross the bridge and also engage in collaborations with companies and government and other types of employers that might be interesting for doctorate holders? Have you thought about this?
Not really.
Not really?
Not really. Now, for now, we are in a work in progress. So the goal is really to move in the PhD house, to build a new community that people come in. But we haven't thought yet about how we go out. However, if we think about the transferability skills, to find trainings that we can get, maybe for the future we could think about some trainings from firms or from the coaching firms or something like that could come in and help us do things.
Okay, so you would consider collaboration with companies in order to get trainings and on that part. Okay, and Laura?
Benefit of small country is that through 3 people you know the president, so that's how things happen. You know somebody knows somebody, but then talking about community, that's why it's so crucial that people know what kind of members are there in community, so they can connect with one another who needs to be connected. And that somehow we need to know people with whom we are seeing, and that's why we need to know also these small passions and things, so we can have innovation and things like that.
Okay, and that was all supposing that industry is very eager to collaborate on projects, but sometimes that's not necessarily the case. There are I guess in companies you have the usual suspects, the big companies with a large R&D department, such as, I'm thinking chemicals in Antwerp. I'm from Antwerp. But there are actually, for example, the Flemish economy, there are a lot of SMEs that are very important. But how can we get them on board as well? So just because it's not necessarily that they all want to work with us, how can we convince them that it's interesting and that doctoral candidates are highly skilled professionals that could bring benefits? No thoughts? Anyone? Yes?
The easiest way is that first of you guys start your own SMEs, and then you come back to the university and recruit stuff. I think what is seen actually, this is serious, is when SMEs start to recruit PhDs, they continue. And I think the issue is the first PhD to be recruited, the first PhD holder to be recruited. In fact, it depends. SMEs means everything between 5 people and 250 people, and it's really an issue of capacity. Yeah? PhD candidates to fund them, and this is what universities then of course expect, that we get some kind of money back. Yeah, if they get the IP or something. I think it's quite tough for an SME to expect that they can invest in, I don't know, but in Austria it would be 120,000 euros at least, a PhD candidate for 3 years to be funded. Yeah, so this is an issue. What is working very well is funding schemes like the CIFRE scheme in France, where you see a clear that I think it's 90% of the PhD candidates they complete in time or more or less in time, and 90% stays in the company. So this is a huge success, of course. And this is again, there's a clear framework, it's set up, everybody knows what's going on. And this is something which helps. I think for SMEs it's just difficult to manage because they are also under stress.
Okay, so are there questions from the audience right now? Yes? 1, 2, okay.
It's not a question, but
okay.
If I may, I would like to give an answer to your last question. Which left everyone speechless. So how do you engage small and medium enterprises? And I think what you have to do is that you have to speak their language. And you have to look like someone they would open up with. So I think for universities or institutions, it's very difficult because there is no confidence. There is a difference in size, a difference in goals, a difference in methods. It's too much. I think it is needed to add another ring to the chain, some gear in between that connects the university and the academia and the small enterprise. And I dare to answer the question because this is what we do. I do in Italy. We build up a job matching agency devoted to PhD students and to researchers. And what we do is that we have combined the job matching, so the approach of the recruiting agency, with consultancy. And we knock on the doors of companies and we look like, you know, as me, ourselves. So they do open up the door to us. And our approach is like, okay, what kind of problem do you have? We start from listening. And when we understand that the kind of problems they have might benefit from the contribution of a PhD, of a researcher in general, we do bring the proper person to them, or maybe build a team to face their problem. So I think this kind of intermediation can work, and actually it works. We are no one, we are a small reality, and we started from nothing, from a consortium of small enterprises. And we are working with a lot of SMEs. We are seeing that our approach works because maybe they start with a consultancy and they come back asking for people to hire. So I think we have a tiny working prototype on a difficult country of an approach that might have a future. And since I'm here, my dream is to make it European. So if anyone wants to help, I invite you to talk to me maybe tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And thank you very much. This is a possible way. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for that suggestion. I already see people wanting to clap, so that's always very interesting. Yes, we have another. We had one here as well.
Yeah, I would like to come back to your comment on the CIFRE scholarships in France. So I heard about them recently, but maybe I'm misinterpreting them. There, the PhD student spends essentially his entire PhD, his or her PhD in the company. No? Oh, okay. Yeah. But let's say at least there was much more emphasis on the part of the company. That's how I heard it when the meeting. But here in Belgium, well, in Flanders I should say, the Bakeland mandates are much more starting in academia, where you have an idea or something that can be transferable to the industry, where you have an academic partner. But there you really have much more the academic component, much less of the industrial component. Whereas this France scheme, if I interpret it correct, is much more the part from the company, and the university provides the doctoral training and maybe a bit more. At least, well, okay, we heard a story at this was the meeting where you were as well in Madrid, right? Where we heard a presentation from somebody who actually did most of the work in industry and stayed there. So. But anyway, my question is actually sort of like, where should we be aiming for? What is the best approach? Taking academia to the industry, or start in the industry and then bringing academia in?
Yes?
That the doctorate is an academic degree, and this means it actually starts in academia and it ends in academia. Now, the question of the role of the industrial partner, and this was also in this Doc Careers project showed, so I'm sure you know it, is that just say I'm 6 months in a lab and without any further commitment of the industrial, or it doesn't need to be industry, it can be also non-university partner, may not, no, I'm very,
yeah.
No problem. may not, so I don't see you now, may not be very helpful. So flexibility and different kind of approaches, I think there is a wide array you can do, and there is, as just this discussion shows, obviously in the same country you can have probably 80% of the time in academia or only 20%, and it may also have to do with fit for purpose and what makes sense in this project. But again, it's important, we need to work in this collaboration, but the doctorate doesn't change, and we should also be aware of to say, oh, then at the end you have two kind of doctorates, the one where you are a time in industry and the one where you're only in academia. But this can be also problematic. We don't speak about two kinds of doctorate, we speak about doctorate, and this collaboration can make a doctorate more fruitful, more successful, can be highly beneficial for society, for the doctoral candidates and for the universities, but this doesn't change the character of the doctorate, which is something which starts and ends in the academia.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to add? Are you all agreeing with the fact that the doctorate in itself shouldn't change? Maybe, Laura, did you want to add?
No, but this is exactly what I learned. So the CIFRE scheme, as far as I understood it, and somehow I understood it, I guess, is because all the partners know exactly where it's aiming at. Yeah? And then it's not the question of this kind of structures where to sit. Yeah, but it's clear it's an academic degree, as Alexander emphasized. It's clear that the PhD candidate is part of the doctoral school in the university, or it's embedded, so to say. There's clear the role of the academic supervisor, and it's clear that we have a publication at the end and stuff like this. And I think, again, I'm repeating myself, but the framework must be clear. Sometimes we are approached by companies and they say, oh, I give you some money, so it's cheap labor, and this is not the idea. I think the challenge is for universities to have also a good project which is good enough and big enough and substantial enough for a PhD. Because sometimes, and this is referring also to the SMEs issue, the SMEs, they are maybe not able to plan of a 4 years project. They have an issue which should be solved in 4 months or 6 months. Yeah? And it's maybe better to have staff, professor. Yeah? You cannot really ask the postdocs because they are busy with their careers. So you have to have other means, do it in a different kind of framework.
Thank you. Laura, did you want to add?
I don't have an answer. I can just speak loudly, think loudly. So what I'm thinking is that if we don't know what kind of skills and what kind of jobs there will be in the future, if 1 in 10 will end up in academia, or how was the percentage? Maybe you can help. Yeah. Then the question is like, then how we can again like put more input of real world, or how do we call not academia? That's the question. But then. But that's a bigger picture about what the state or the region is going, and it's part of the bigger framework they want to work with and work for. So that's something in the bigger picture.
No, thank you very much. I completely agree. Maybe one aspect, and this is also in the chart of Lucas, also about what skills actually you need when you are also in the private sector, and the top is the analytical skill. So, I mean, this Career 2 projects which I presented also made it clear. The company, they are looking for highly skilled people, for people who are doing really deep and high quality form of scholarship. So just to add, because sometimes we think about, but the companies need, and this is also completely true, people who are experiencing project management and all this, but you don't hire a doctoral candidate because you only need a project manager. You hire him or her because you need, again, an academic who has done 4 years of his life, a high quality work, 3-4 years of scholarly work. So, but just, I think the important thing is, what I think we all here try to show is, there is not a contradiction between this high quality work and the so-called transferable skills like communication or project skills. But it then also enriches you, by the way, for your academic career, because also in academia nowadays, if you have no social skill, if you have a 5 million euro grant and you have no idea how to manage it, you may also have a problem as a professor, not only as a manager.
Okay, so I hear a clear statement that don't forget what you're worth as a PhD.
We had another question from you.
I was wondering if anyone on the panel had some experience with the way expectations are evolving. The starting point for this session was apparently the observation by Eurodoc that there was a need to open up the knowledge among the doctoral candidates of opportunities outside of academia. Now, we would imagine that after a few years of encouraging this, I guess this is maybe a question on the efficiency of Eurodoc. But see, after several years of promoting this, you would think that by some sort of retroaction or feedback mechanism, that incoming doctoral students would begin to be more aware of the professional opportunities related to the doctoral degree and going through that. Do you have any information on statistics on changing expectations of incoming doctoral candidates over the last, say, 10 or 20 years?
I think that I come from different part of Europe because we are the country which really loses from brains because they are moving to Western Europe. So we have different kind of situation also in the job market because everybody who is finished are somehow like grabbed somewhere because we need the workers in all kinds of levels and stuff. So I feel that somebody else from like that setting should answer these questions, but then if I have the voice, then I think this also should be heard, how we can again not have this win-win situation. Then maybe if you are having our brains, then maybe you can also like share them or something. That's, if I have a microphone, then I just wanted to say this.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, just not sure if I understand the question rightly. So you actually, or maybe I'm interpreting this question in a way that I like to answer it. But no, so the question would be why still doctoral people start a doctoral education with the idea one would like to become a professor and maybe aware that, and not thinking about different career paths, even though we speak now about a decade about different career paths.
That's a much sharper way of asking my question.
Yeah, I like it.
Because it was really related to the fact that there appears to be, based on what I've heard about Eurodoc's observations, is that there's a real need to make the doctoral students aware of the opportunities in non-academic sector. I would say over a few years of working on that, we would hope that the situation would improve.
I also have an answer.
Yeah, me too.
So I think what changed it is in the last, I don't know, 10 years, it's a topic now. Yeah. So before it was just that people drifted into the PhD and then found out that there is not enough job offers. Yeah. Which actually was not very different 20 years ago when I finished my PhD. Yeah. I think it's a topic. And I think Gareth does the same sometimes in this kind of induction seminars or sessions. I'm showing them the graphs, our students. I'm showing them the graphs of, I think it was from the UK, from the Royal Academy, where you see this kind of flows of people, and I do this in the first on day number 1. Yeah, and some of them might be a little bit shocked. Yeah. But finally, all of them decide, I will continue, yeah, and it will actually affect the others, not me. Yeah. But I think so. In general, I think this discussion about career perspectives is equally important, not only for the PhD candidates, equally important for the supervisors. And I think for university policymakers, it's important to have a little bit of a more relaxed way to look at careers. And I think this is, because the PhD candidates, they make their way. Yeah, they are bright, they survive the PhD, so they can do everything later on.
I mean, first of all, this question that maybe academia, that you like academia and that you want to stay, and you may have a problem accepting or realizing that this is not possible. I would say this is already 50 years ago, this was a problem. And And this is also somehow natural that, and it's maybe even good that when you start, you get passionate about, I mean, and now I speak also more about my own experiences. When I did my doctorate, you're passionate, you say it's the best thing, spend all day on research, and then suddenly to realize, oh, I may not do it, and what can I find that will somehow still give me the same satisfaction or feeling. And now you can always show the statistic that say 5 years after graduation, people who are outside of academia are happier with the life than the people inside of academia, but statistics don't always help. So there is a normal issue that it's not necessarily only a problem of knowledge, or that people cannot go on a website saying career opportunities. It's also a question, for me it was always to realize that there is a possibility. And the second, I mean, we should also take care not all making it a problem of perception, or saying you need finally to understand that you have great career options outside of academia. I mean, we had now, I think we are in the, now a couple of years we have this financial crisis. There is a lot of countries in Europe where you have also problem unemployment on different stages. So it's not an easy thing, and it's not only a question of knowledge, it's also a question of experience. So this is maybe also one reason maybe that this topic comes up. But as Lucas said, I think that the institutions themselves, this is the new, really understand that they have here a role to play. This has changed, but doctoral candidates, this will be an ongoing struggle, I would say, always.
Okay, thank you. Garrett, did you want to add?
I'm already halfway, so. So I think Michael's observation is correct, that things probably should have changed somewhat. But I don't think it's just down to the institutions. I think that's a double-edged sword, that many of the early career researchers themselves are kind of ignoring that reality. So we have done surveys with them and asked them, how many of you want to stay in academia? And the answer is around 80 plus, 85%. We've done inductions in Leiden explicitly, where we've sat down with a whole new people, the people wanting to do a PhD, like a couple of 100, 200. And I start to talk, telling them about the horrors of not staying in academia. And I asked them, how many of you want to stay? And it's around 50%. And then after this long talk about telling them, well, you have to leave and you need to go to industry, I asked them at the very end, how many of you want to stay? 90%. So apparently they ignore all the stuff I tell them about the statistics of being able to stay, and they only pick out the good fun stuff about doing research. So that's expectation management from the institution, but also on the side of the early career researchers. And just to be clear, we train them to be resilient, we train them not to give up, and we train them to stay. So there's a huge disconnect there.
If I can just make a small addition, there is some work from Vitae where they questioned doctoral candidates in the first year and in the last year on whether they wanted to become an academic, and then that actually the amount of doctoral candidates in their last year really suddenly was much higher of those that wanted to be in academia than in the beginning. So there is also a kind of socialization process going on there. Can I take another question from the audience? Yes, in the back.
It was actually a comment regarding, can you hear me? Or
I can hear you, so.
Only natural in some way for them to then want to be in academia, because they haven't met role models, if you will, from other sectors. And I think having more crosstalk between academics and industry, or just people coming from different fields and giving talks to students, I think that could help people understand that there are other options, but also to do sort of informational interviews with other fields, so they know what life could be like outside of academia. I think it's very easy for people to fall into a comfort zone when they're in academia, and their mentors know how to succeed in academia, so they train them how to succeed, and then people just continue on this path because they don't know anything else. Yeah, so that I guess the comment in terms of institutional change, maybe that's the discussions that we need to be having, is having more exposure to other areas in order for people to have these informational sessions.
Yes, but to follow up on that, I actually wanted to say, I will get to you. What about when certain initiatives are organized and people from companies come and give testimonials and everything? The audience seems to be always the same kind of doctoral candidates that show up, and the others don't seem interested. I don't know if maybe you have some ideas on how to motivate them to come to these kinds of events. Because they usually, the doctoral candidates, they will say, I don't have time, I have to work on my PhD, I have to write an article. How could you motivate them to attend such events?
We know that PhD candidates' time is precious, and we can see that at our events, because there is not as much as we would like attendance to these events. So I should say that organize them first outside office hours, and then maybe organize something more fun than meetings, presentations, something like that. So maybe a blind dates with the firms. Maybe something more fun and out of office hours. Maybe should lead them to come.
Laura, do you want to add anything?
I'm just thinking lately, because of Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, there are discussions about how to measure science impact and things like that. So maybe this thing about that if you send your PhD students outside of academia, that's societal impact, then points for you or somehow. Then maybe that would motivate to, but that's another, that wasn't your thing, but the question you asked, but I was just thinking how to systematically, again, push people outside, and also if that helps. It's completely different perspective again how to think this societal impact, but then it helps because then also PhDs who don't want to be outside academia would be interested because they are then the ones who are like bringing academia and not academia closer together, because that's a problem because of all the fake news and I don't know, all kinds of things. We need more people who are out there like sharing information. I don't know if I answered your question.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add something? Because
yes.
I have a little bit of, so because you're asking how to motivate the students to do themselves something good. So on the other hand side, we see that the students say we have to be more involved, or we want to connect better with external stakeholders. And then we are experiencing, maybe you are experiencing these no-shows. You are organizing great events, you invite speakers from, I don't know, from big companies, even PhD holders who come back. And then it's nobody showing up and you feel like a little bit ashamed, yeah, that you have organized a big shot from a CEO from a big company and nobody is showing up. And this is a little bit the issue we have. It has to do with professionalism. And it's the same with understanding academic world. We have this kind of opening lectures from new professors, and there are always the usual suspects, and I'm one of the youngest. Yeah? No, but this is a little bit the issue sometimes. I think that what PhD candidates have to understand is that career development happens only if they take care of it. Yeah? And we see a kind of an oversupply on events, trainings, and then we have to beg the people that they're showing up. And this is a little bit the issue. Of course, time is pressure, but my time is also pressure. Yeah? And this is a little bit the issue. And this is the question is, are we empowering people, or are we pampering people? Yeah? And I think this should also be the message. And this is maybe the wrong audience, because the people here are obviously interested in not just to occupy the little niche, but this is an issue we have, and you will experience this in your professional life. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We had a few more questions. The first one was there. No more? Sorry. Okay, so then we had her, and think we're gonna take a bit more time, sorry.
Yes,
we started
I will
late,
ask a
so...
little bit, weird question maybe, because here we heard about bridging professionals and science, right? And if we talk about bridging professional science, somehow I think it's more correlated with life sciences or exact sciences, isn't it? So, because we can expect direct results with direct impact, financial or whatsoever, but then how about humanities? What can you say about how to bridge professionals and humanities? For example, if I mean, say, like academic integrity, that's to deal with philosophy, right? If you talk about literature, we cannot expect, short-sighted result right now. That's a long-term result, or studying of history or cultures, right? So how about policy making and interfering by policy makers into this field? Otherwise, humanities are kind of declining. What can you say about that?
Yes.
No, I tried to be very short. I mean, this morning when we had this question about innovation, I actually had my same question. So I was looking into the SDGs, which was shown, and we said, when the question was how many of you have somehow are working to the SDGs, I would say each research project in the humanity somehow makes the world better, even if you look into medieval literature. So it's always related to being innovative to the SDGs. But this is, of course, not always as we see this, as we in the humanities, you don't have a product and so on. But here is the same. If humanities needs to have also explain what, needs to be vocal. I mean, when we speak about professionals of doctoral education, which is, I think Lucas can tell much more about that, but this is often exactly also a group where you will find people with very disciplinary background supporting doctoral candidates. So this is maybe also a way, for instance, people in the natural science to better understand or get support from professionals in doctoral education. And yes, these 2 points.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to add more, or?
I talked enough.
Talked enough?
But I think the humanities should think about where they make impact. Yeah, and I think it's not about working with enterprise and making money. The people from the humanities, for instance, we have a professor specialized in North Korean studies. Yeah, he was ongoingly, he's on the TV, and of course what he's doing has an impact. Yeah, understanding what's going on in Syria, you need, of course, historians, but maybe political scientists and stuff like this. So it's also that people have to find their role as well and define it and be loud with it. Yeah, what to know.
Okay, yes?
I don't have a question, but I just want to add on the previous discussion that how to motivate PhDs and postdocs to participate in such events. So we have taken a small initiative in our university from the Academic Association of Scientific Staff at ETH Zurich, and what we are doing is we have organizing events mostly on Fridays after office hours or at around 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. So earlier it was the same situations, people were not showing up, we are making too much of efforts, and it was a bit frustrating. But what happened was we didn't give up. We organized a lot of events which could attract them, a lot of sponsorships, small gifts, packages, lotteries and stuff like that. And now the condition is people want to join our association, not only participate but also contribute in it. So I think all the scientific staff and PhDs, postdocs, they want to step out of their boxes, and it is very much required, but the only thing is the people who are concerned about this topic have to make efforts to really bring them out of their boxes. And this could happen only by doing it as many times as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you very much. We had one more question from the audience.
There's actually more
Okay, another comment then?
I disagree that we have to we have to activate students, but it works well. For the testimonials, we now get 100 people per event, and that's on a doctoral school of about 1,400 PhDs. So what is that, 7-8% per event, and we have multiple events per year. PhD takes 4 years, so I think on average they will attend these things. Based on exit polls, we know that testimonials are attended by at least 1 in 3 PhDs. PhD job fairs attended by 1 in 3. What else do we have? Company visits are attended 1 in 3. This is actually something where we have at the moment 3, and we just extended it to 5 events per year. We open it and it's full. We just can't keep up with demand. So we extended, as I said, from 3 to 5. It's, you know, once you get it going, it's a question of good communication. And as we said, we moved on one step where people were not aware of it, now they are aware, and now you have to offer it and keep going. And for the points that people don't show up, we had that problem, and I'll give you a tip. Make a €50 no-show fee. We started with that a couple of years ago in Flanders, and it really solves the problem. You occasionally have someone who doesn't show up and then comes up with the most amazing excuse. He can tell you great stories about it, but the problem is solved with that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask our panelists for their final take-home message. That they remain and that they want you to remember from this session. So who wants to start? Shall we start with Alexander again? Or, well.
Okay. Yes, I really thought about the take-home message, but I was really impressed by these examples from how doctoral candidates themselves built the spaces of bringing people together. I was really, impressed about the PhD house, about the events you are doing. So my take-home message would be to everybody, do it also yourself. There is a lot professionals, and I'm sure Lucas will also say this, or you, if doctoral candidates come and say we have a great idea, that you support them. So the take-home message would be, I know everybody of you is active in this area already, otherwise you wouldn't be here, but keep on taking all the support the institution can bring you, and if you think it's not enough, tell them we would like this and this, and don't be frustrated if you meet at the first time people don't come. As it was said, it sometimes takes really time and effort, and maybe just one people come, but tell it to 10 others what she or he has seen. So yes, take these examples, and next year bring new examples.
Thank you. Okay. Valentine?
So my take-home message will be, a PhD journey might be difficult. The solution might come from the PhD candidates themselves, and it will need a little bit more effort and time, but we will make it, hopefully.
Thank you. Laura?
Explore people around you and find their passions, and then be each other's agents and make awesome things.
Thank you.
So, take the driver's seat of your career development. You're responsible. It's your main task to do it. Behave professional and deliver if you are promised to deliver. Show up if you promise to show up. Otherwise, yeah, which is also bothering. This is my take-home message. Maybe we have to be more strict. No, but of course, enjoy your doctoral travel.
Okay. Then I would like to thank everyone in the panel for their lovely presentations and contributions, but also I would love to thank the audience. And you're all free now to have a refreshing drink at the reception on the first floor again. Thank you very much. How did you do that?
Danke. Good. E is black.
Yeah?
E is black, and if you want this white, white's nice.
Black and white, that makes sense.
Yeah?
Yeah, I didn't know it.
You didn't make a presentation training. This were on the
I did one, but that was more on the contents than on the PowerPoint. Do I?
You can take the floor.
Excuse me. Everyone is also invited to a great evening at 7, also right here in the hall where we will have the reception. It's the Fuck Up Night, and there are 3 speakers sharing their stories of failures who might turn out not to be failures after all. So, okay.